Wood and Joseph Strauss, along with Brandy Armstrong. Those commissioners are all online. And then we have, I believe, Commissioners Beth. And I'm sorry, Gunnar, who else do we have in the commission chambers?
And Director of Planning and Urban Design, we have Commissioners Ward, Beth, and now Carson.
Okay, and Commissioner Carson. And so I'll turn it over to you, Gunnar.
Okay. We'd like to welcome those participating by telephone, Zoom, or in the Commission chamber to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Members of the Board of Zoning Appeals are participating remotely by Zoom or are present in the Commission chamber, and Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background. Board members that are participating by Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak. And after Chairman Carson recognizes you, please unmute your microphone and state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in the commission chamber, please state your name before speaking once the chairman recognizes you. For those members of the public attending the meeting virtually this evening, please use the raise your hand feature if you want to speak on an application. If you are present in the commission chamber, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when the application is called. After the chairman recognizes you, please state your name and address and make your comments. If you are having issues logging on to the Zoom meeting, please refer to the Planning and Zoning website, their main webpage, as planninginfo.wykokck.org is not being reviewed during the meeting tonight. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format of this evening's meeting, is as follows. 1, the applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicants, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any person wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. When those persons in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The chairman will ask for a show of hands of people who are in support or opposition that did not speak. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed to them. The staff will then make the recommendation. The board will then discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason for the motion preceding the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff conditions unless otherwise stated in the motion. I'm ready to read the first item on the agenda if...
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first item on the agenda will be variance BOZA 2024-036. Kaylin Callawart, 4000 Adams Street, zoned R1B Single Family District. This appeal has been filed to grant 4 variances. Variance number 1, variance for the side yard corner setback in the R2B 2 Families District. Section 27457 C2C requires a side yard setback of no less than 20 feet from any property line. The applicant is proposing a side yard corner setback of 0 feet, a violation of 20 feet. Variance number 2, variance from the side yard interior setback in the R2B 2 Family District. Section 27457 C2B requires a side yard setback of no less than 5 feet from any property line. The applicant is proposing a side yard setback of 4.7 feet, a violation of 0.3 feet. Variance number 3, variance from the required non-vehicular open space. Section 27673B states that paved parking areas or customary driveways in the required yards abutting streets shall not exceed 40% of the area of those yards for 1 and 2 family dwellings. The appellant has paved a driveway that encompasses 100% of the rear yard, a violation of 60%. Variance number 4, Variance from the lot width in the R2B2 Family District, Section 27457C3A requires a lot width of not less than 50 feet measured at the building line. The applicant is proposing a lot width of 42.5 feet, a violation of 7.5 feet. Has any member of the board had any contact to disclose on this application?
No. Gunnar, you're going to have to control the crowd online because I'm not moved over to be as a moderator. Yeah, I'm not picking. That's how it's done. No, I got to be moved over to chair or to, okay, Kaylin Callowart, I've got you queued up to speak. Go ahead and please start off with your name and address, please.
Hi there. My name is Kaylin Callowart. My home address is 10901 West 128th Terrace, Overland Park 66213.
Okay, and tell us what you'd like to do here.
So basically, I purchased this building. It was built as a non-conforming duplex. I'm just trying to get in. I'm not changing the structure of the building externally at all. I'm just trying to get it zoned correctly and so that I can operate it as a functioning duplex. So I'm hoping to get these variances passed so that I can move forward with. I got the duplex approved. But the building, I mean, I'm not changing where the building stands on the lot or how it was built as far as the exterior goes. So I'm hoping to get these variances so that I can move forward with the duplex.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please raise your hand, or if you're in the chambers tonight, please come forward to the microphone. Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and go to staff and get their comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Other hat. As the applicant mentioned, this is a variance related to a change of zone 2024-038 that was approved in January, as well as Master Plan Amendment 2024-015, which will be heard by the City Planning Commission later this evening. Again, these are all for a non-conforming duplex to make it legally non-conforming or legal with all these variances. This is in the, all right. This is in the Rosedale area plan. Again, this is to turn this, we think, duplex, maybe single-family home that was caught up in a blanket rezoning into R1B to its actual use. We were not able to track back too much into the past in regards of making it legal nonconformance. It never received a legal nonconforming letter from the unified government when we were doing those in the early aughts teens. But there was evidence that there have been multiple units at this location. Again, the change of zone to R2 for a duplex was approved by the Board of Commissioners in January. The Boza case had to be rewritten as the applicant had originally applied to get it as a triplex, which would have had setback standards for the RP5. Instead, we all went with R2. And so that's what these variances all address. And then the master plan amendment was a condition of approval of that change of zone also going through the system potentially later this evening. Staff recommends, there was no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are some older notices of violation on the property before this current owner. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Ernst.
Slow as always. You said, all for approval, yet variance 3, you suggested denial. Are you just talking about 1, 2, and 4 for approval?
Sorry, yes, Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. So the variance for the required non-vehicular open space, again, it's paved. You can see it here, the entire rear yard. Rezoned to R2B would require a total of 4 parking spaces off-street, which could be met. The other issue that was tied to the change of zone is this, let's just call it a carport for now, is also sitting in the public right-of-way. So that had to be removed. So when you remove all this, again, R2B is for, does not require covered parking. So if you remove the carport as per the change of zone condition of approval, you don't have covered parking anymore, but there should be more than enough in the rear yard for the 4 off-street parking spaces required, 2 per each unit of the duplex. So yes, I apologize. The variance 3, staff recommends denial, which would mean if denied, they would have to meet the 40% open space requirement. Staff still believes there's more than enough room for 4 parking spaces, but we defer to the Board of Zoning Appeals.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? And if not, I'll seek a motion. Commissioner Ernst.
I move the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Zoning Appeals approve BOZ 2024-036 variances 1, 2, and 4, if that's allowed.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Ernst to approve BOZA case 2024-036 variances 1, 2, and 4. Is that a second? Commissioner Jones.
Yes, it is.
All right. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call: Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Do we have Miller?
No, not yet.
No Miller, okay.
No, I've
Moeller
Aye.
and Schwartz.
And I don't see Commissioner Schwartz.
No Schwartz either, gives us 1, 2.
I have 8 in favor and 0 against. Is that consistent with your count?
Yes, 8-0.
All right, thank you. That motion passes. Do we need a motion on variance 3?
I believe the motion was for 1, 2, 3 deny, or 1, 2, 4 deny 3, so I think
I
it's
didn't
covered.
say deny 3, just said motion to approve 1, 2, and 4.
Legal, should they deny 3 outright?
That's the way it was stated.
Out of abundance of caution, let's just go ahead and make a motion for.
All right, we'll
variance
need a
number
motion
3.
for variance 3. Commissioner Ernst?
I move the Kansas City Board of Zoning Appeals deny appeal BOZA 2024-036 variance number 3.
All right, motion made for denial of BOZA case 2024-036 variance 3 request. Is that a second again, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call: Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
and Moeller.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have BOZA 2024-039 Tatum Phillip, 809 Central Avenue. This appeal has been filed in conjunction with a special use permit, SP 2024-111, to renew a special use permit to operate a short-term rental. This appeal has been filed to grant variance from the required non-vehicular open space. Section 27673B states that paved parking areas or customary driveways in the required yards abutting streets shall not exceed 40% of the area of those yards for 1- and 2-family dwellings. The appellant appellant has paved a driveway that encompasses 100% of the rear yard, a violation of 60%. Has any member of the board had any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
All right, Ms. Phillips, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. If you would start off with your name and address, please.
Hi, this is Tatum Phillip. I live at 701 Berkeley Parkway in Kansas City, Missouri. When I bought this property, the driveway was fully paved already. I have not made any additions to the driveway or anything in the home. So I was curious to know if there was any other solution to help with the storm water, which I believe is what the issue the city is saying. If there's any solution that the city can do in the alleyway, or if the old owners could be responsible since they redid this house. Yeah, basically I purchased this house the way it is right now.
All right, you're in real estate, correct?
I was a brand new agent and I was 25 years old when I purchased this home, but yes, I am.
All right, so you're aware that after you close on the transaction, if you want to go back to the previous owner, that's going to have to be a legal situation on your part. Doesn't involve the unified government.
I'm somewhat aware. I've never had to do that, so I don't know the process. All this is very new to me.
We can't force a previous property owner to come back and do something on a property they no longer own. That property is now your responsibility.
Okay, I just wanted to make it clear that I did purchase it that way. The application made it seem like I had done it myself, and that's not the case.
Okay. Anything else you wanted to add?
If there's any other solution to changing the alleyway, or if there could be, less than 40% to be taken out. It's a pretty expensive fix. Just seeing if we could work something out can help both of us.
All right. Have you ever resided in this property as your principal residence?
I did, yes, at one point.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please come forward if you're in the chambers, or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this case is being heard in conjunction with Special Use Permit 2024-111 for a short-term rental renewal later this evening by the City Planning Commission. Again, we're looking at fixing a rear yard nonconformance for open space. This is in the central area plan. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There is a previous NOV for trash, if I remember correctly, from the special use permit. Kind of looked like that. There's trash left out during trash day, and they didn't put it back, I believe is what the violation said. Staff does recommend denial, as this is a self-imposed hardship, i.e. they're coming in asking for forgiveness, not permission. We do have conditions of approval. Our recommendation, to the Board of Zoning Appeals, is if you agree with the applicant and want to give them the full 100%, that's one thing. Our recommendation would be to split it in half. There's a seam in the concrete. You can't see it in this picture because of the snow, but right down the middle. So if they were able to, at that joint, remove half of it, it would still require a variance because it would be 50% of the rear yard, but that would be enough to have an improved surface off the alleyway for the required parking for this house as well as the short-term rental. So the conditions of approval as written would be a variance for 50%. If you wanted to make it 100%, we just have to change the conditions of approval a little bit.
All right. Thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Mueller.
Gunner, I'm looking at the Google view, and there's 4 houses right in a row, and there's only one that has grass. All the rest of them are paved. Is this an issue because she's requesting something, or is there
Gunnar Hand, Director.
3 of the 4 properties are all paved from what I'm looking at from a Google view?
Sure. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. 2 things. In the previous short-term rental application, the one she's trying to renew at City Planning Commission later this evening, it was named as a condition of approval is to either seek the variance or address that. So that's what we're doing right now. So this was known when she first came in for that first short-term rental, and we are in the process of addressing it. So it is triggered by the short-term rental, not a other, enforcement case.
Other questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Ernst?
I would move to approve appeal BOZ 2024-039 with the stipulation that she meet the 50% threshold that she's known about for a while. Caveat emptor, let the buyer beware.
All right. Motion made for approval of BOZA case 2024-039 with the statement that the applicant must meet the 50% threshold for the rear yard. Correct? Is that,
Yes, sir.
all right? Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call. Strauss,
No.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood.
Aye.
Is that an aye?
Is that an aye, Commissioner
Yes.
Easterwood? Thank you.
Thank you. Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
No.
I believe that passes 6-2.
6-2, that is correct. Thank you.
All right, next case is variance for BOZA 2024-042, Joe McLaughlin, 7261 Holiday Drive. This appeal has been filed in conjunction with the change of zone, COZ 2024-033, to rezone a portion of the property from AG District to R1 Single Family District, and a preliminary final plat, Plat 2024-035, to create one single family lot. Correction, I do not think that there is a change of zone associated with this case, but we will confirm. Plat 2024-035 is on the agenda for the City Planning Commission later this evening. This appeal is to grant a variance from the minimum required lot width and lot acreage along a designated major street per section 27-763. Section 27-280F states that residential lots shall not face on or otherwise receive access onto streets designated as major streets unless the lot has a minimum lot area of 5 acres and a minimum of 300 feet of frontage on the major street. The applicant is proposing a lot width of 158 feet and 0.41 acres, a violation of 142 feet and 4.59 acres respectively. Has any member of the board had any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
No.
Mr. McLaughlin, are you in the audience? Okay. Folks, when your case is called, if you would make your way to the microphone, we've got a long night ahead. I need you guys to be prompt. Thank you.
Hello, Margaret Bowker, property owner of 7261. We have a property that's on a 1-acre lot. It's a home and a detached garage. We'd like to split the lot directly in half. The second lot would enter Gibbs Road. It's in the Morris subdivision, which is a residential subdivision. Originally, they felt the property needed a variance because of the new master plan that impacts the GoDOT transportation master plan. However, since then, they've determined that since the street opens to Gibbs Street, it may not need this variance to split the lot. Is that true? Is that the case? No variance?
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Good hand, Director of Planning and Design. We need to move forward with the BOZA case on this to
All
move
right.
forward.
All right, so we're just going to hear the variance, and the variance is required. All right, thank you. Anything else you wanted to add?
That's it?
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? If you're online, raise your hand. If you're in the chambers, come forward to the mic. Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand and get his full comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning, Urban Design. Again, this case is being heard in conjunction with Plat 2024-034. Sorry, can't read my own handwriting. Yes, which will be heard by the City Planning Commission later this evening. Again, as the applicant noted, splitting one single-family parcel into two. This is in the Plan KCK Morris neighborhood. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation. Staff recommends approval with conditions, including that the new lot must access Gibbs Road. The spirit of the ordinance is to reduce the amount of driveway curb cuts on major roadways, hence really wide, really big. And there's obviously, as you can see in this context, a lot of legal nonconforming homes along that stretch of Holiday Drive. This one luckily is also backed by Gibbs Road. So one of the conditions of approval is if and when that second lot is created and a new house is built on it, then the driveway would have to access Gibbs Road. So the current property still needs the variance because you're making it smaller.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand?
The remainder parcel still needs the variance because it's exacerbating the problem by making it a smaller parcel, smaller frontage.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Jones?
Motion to approve BOZA case number 2024-042, subject to staff stipulations, inclusive of that new or second lot, whenever that's created, needing to access Gibbs Road.
All right, thank you, which is the way the case recommendation is. Is that correct, Gunnar?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. So motion for approval of BOZA case 2024-042 made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Easterwoods?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call. Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
and Moeller.
Aye.
8-0, motion passes.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you.
Okay. Next case is BOZA 2024-043. Autumn King with BHC, 9700 State Avenue. There is an error in this synopsis, so I'm going to read it as it should. That first sentence should not be in there. I apologize for the typo, but section 27466E uses in this district require paved off-street parking spaces at a ratio of not less than 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet of floor area in the building. Appellant is requesting 131 parking spaces, a violation of 90 spaces. Has any member of the board had any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead, please, with your name and address.
Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Zoning Appeals, my name is Scott Sloggy, Sloggy Architects, 4600 Madison, Suite 350, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm here on behalf of the applicant for this matter. I'd like to note that also the applicant is here, the DH4 Holdings ownership. They have interest in this project as well in terms of your ruling. It should be noted that we had submitted to Mr. Byron Toy an analysis of other K1 racing locations throughout the country. And through that analysis, we had found that the numbers that they typically expect are much lower than what your 4 per 1,000 ratio is here. It's also important to note that even though the building's 55,000 square feet, 35,000 of it is set aside for the actual racetrack itself. So it's not really occupied by folks who are in there other than those who are on the racetrack in their cars. It's also important to note that we have, after working with Byron Toy, increased the size of the number of parking spaces from our first application. So now we're showing 131 parking spaces in lieu of the previous. And we're also noting that because of the zoning ordinance here, I believe that if we're proximate to another parking field, which would be Atlas 9 to our east, there is a way in which you can share in parking. There'd be parking share throughout. We've also shown, based on Mr. Toy's concerns, the ability to expand the parking field to a total of 192 parking spaces. That is still below the 4 per thousand, but it shows our intent that if there was a change in hands down the way, we'd be able to have more parking spaces to support that particular use. That concludes my presentation to you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Raise your hand if you're online. If not, come to the microphone if you're in the chamber. Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This case is being heard in conjunction with changes on 2024-042 to CP2 for the go-kart track, which will be heard by the City Planning Commission later this evening. Again, this is a variance for parking. This is in the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. Staff received no letters of support, excuse me, no letters in opposition, no notices of violation. Staff recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones? You're muted, Commissioner Jones.
My apologies. Motion to approve BOZA case number 2024-043, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion made to approve BOZA case 2024-043, made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Strauss?
It is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Roll call. Strauss.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Armstrong.
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Easterwood.
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
And Moeller.
Aye.
Vote is 8-0. Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, our next application is variance BOZA 2025-002, Armando Silva, 1955 North Thompson Street, zoned RP5 Planned Apartment District. This appeal has been filed to build an addition onto the second story of the single-family residence. Section 27460B1, any use permitted in the R2 family district on the requirements of that district. Section 27456B1, any use permitted in the R1 single-family district under the standards and requirements of that district. Section 27454D2B states the side yard interior setback shall not be less than 7 feet. Appellant is requesting 2 feet, a violation of 5 feet. Has any member of the board had any context to disclose on this application?
No. All right, thank you. Mr. Silva? Okay. Are you going to be are you doing interpreting or presenting for Mr. Silva? Okay, go ahead, please. Give me your name and address, please.
My name is Aiden Canelo Mendez. I'm representing Armando Silva at the residence 1955 North Thompson Street. And we are just looking to extend the 2 rooms on the second floor. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So you're going to extend the second floor, but it's going to go over the existing main floor. That you're not adding any square footage on the bottom level.
No, just extending over the main floor on the bottom. That's it.
All right. Do you know what the square footage is going to be up there? Byron, can we get the door shut?
It should be 8 feet with 38 feet wide as well.
8 by 8, so about 64 square feet.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please come forward or raise your hand. Thank you for getting that door. Anyone? Okay, we have Joel online. Joel, go ahead, please. Give us your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Joel. I live in 1946 North Thompson.
I need your last name, Joel.
Favela,
All right. Go ahead, please.
and I approve.
You're in support?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Anything else?
No.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a variance for a side yard interior setback for a legal non-conforming house expansion. This is in the northeast area plan. Staff received no letters of support before this evening, no letters in opposition. There is a notice of violation for disrepair on the property, which would be partially addressed by the expansion. Staff recommends approval with conditions. The one note that I would make is, so essentially you have two houses right next to each other, and we'll get a picture to, we have two houses right next to each other, obviously built well before the current zoning standards, so they're both legal non-conforming. They're expanding the legal non-conformance by drawing that side yard setback at 2 stories back from this building, right? So it's going to be on the back of this second story. The only impact staff could notice would be that this window on the neighbor would be further impacted from light and air by an expansion of the second story.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll take a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones, go ahead. You're muted, Commissioner Jones.
I've got a system glitch. Motion to approve BOZA case number 2025-002, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Jones to approve BOZA case 2025-002. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Straws.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Armstrong.
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Easterwood.
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
And Moeller.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right, thank you. You're good. Thank you.
And our last case this evening on the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda is variance BOZA 2025-003. Itchian Lee, 2506 West 43rd Avenue. Variance from the front yard setback in the R2B 2-family district. Section 27457C2A requires a front yard setback of no less than 25 feet from any property line. The applicant is proposing a front yard setback of 21 feet, a violation of 4 feet. Variance number 2. Variance from the rear yard setback in the R2B 2-family district. Section 27457C2D requires a rear yard setback of no less than 25 feet from any property line. The applicant is proposing a rear yard setback of 1.8 feet, a violation of 23.2 feet. Variance number 3. Variance from the lot width in the R2B 2-family district. Section 27457C3A requires a lot width of not less than 50 feet measured at the building line. The applicant is proposing a lot width of 40 feet, a violation of 10 feet. And variance number 4, variance from the lot area in the R2B 2-family district. Section 27457C3B requires a lot area of not less than 2,500 square feet per dwelling unit per buildings erected, converted, or structurally altered for 2-family occupancy. The applicant is proposing a lot area of 3,833 square feet, a violation of 1,167 square feet. Has any member of the board had any contact to disclose on this application?
No. All right. Mr. Lee, are you in the audience? Okay, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Hello, my name is Etienne Lee, and my address is 2506 West 43rd Avenue.
All right, please go ahead and tell us what you want to do, Ms. Lee.
Yes, so this application for variance is in relation to the change of zone from single family to multifamily. When I purchased the property, it was advertised as a duplex, and then come to find out, it had an initial application for the change of zone, but it was never completed. So I am not requesting any change to the exterior of the home. I simply just want to file this change of variance in compliance with the change of zone.
All right, thank you. Any questions for this applicant? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Raise your hand or come forward. Okay, seeing no one, we'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This case is being heard in conjunction with changes zone 2025-003 to R2 for a legal non-conforming duplex. It's also being heard in conjunction with SP 2025-007 for a short-term rental, both of which will be heard later this evening at the City Planning Commission. Again, so we have a variance for front yard, rear yard, lot width, lot area for legal non-conforming duplex. We were able to trace this one back all the way into the 1950s as a formerly triplex, it looked like, and then it got converted to a duplex sometime therein. This is in the Rosedale area plan. Staff received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are some older notices of violation that have all been rectified. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve BOZA case number 2025-003, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion made for approval of BOZA case 2025-003 by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Strauss?
It is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
8-0, motion approved.
All right, thank you. That concludes the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda. We're going to take a 5-minute break, folks, then we'll come back and we'll get the City Planning Commission started promptly. I appreciate your patience while we had a lengthy Board of Zoning Appeals agenda. Thank you all.
Yes, yes, I do.
You guys have your cameras on. Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you to Back to School Night. I'm sorry, the City Planning Commission, the March 10th City Planning Commission. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm serving as chair of tonight's meeting. Make a couple of quick introductions of the folks that we have with us online. We have the following commissioners online, if I can find my list, which I've just messed it up. Bear with me. We have Commissioner Jones, who's serving as vice chair. We have Commissioner Jim Ernst, Commissioner Mark Mueller, Commissioner Beverly Easterwood, Commissioner Joseph Strauss, Commissioner Brandy Armstrong, legal counsel, Mr. Michael Farley. We also have Director of Planning and Urban Design, Gunnar Hand, and Byron Toy. And we also here in the chambers with me tonight, we have Commissioner Beth and Commissioner Ward. Did I miss anybody? All right. With that, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Director Hand. We'll read the opening statement on how we're going to run the meeting tonight, and then we'll get started. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design, functioning as the secretary this evening as well. we would like to welcome those participating to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. The members are participating remotely by Zoom webinar or in person in the Commission chamber. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. Planning Commission members attending by Zoom, please make sure you are visible during the meeting and use the raise your hand feature to speak. After Chairman Carson recognizes you, unmute your microphone and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you are in person in the Commission chamber, when Chairman Carson recognizes you, please state your name before speaking. For those members of the public in attendance via Zoom or telephone, use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak on an issue. The chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Unmute your microphone and state your name and address before giving your comments. If you are attending in person, please come to the microphone at the front of the room as the application is being called, and the chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly will be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which will review each zoning proposal. For all changes of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, March 27th, 2025. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may by 2/3 majority vote extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The chairman will ask for a show of hands of those persons in support and in opposition that do not wish to speak. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by emailing the Planning and Urban Design Department at planninginfo@wicokck.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government Commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting this evening. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7. That's the Board of Commissioners hearing on the 27th. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda. Items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approve. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there are any requests to remove items. This is your time to use the raise your hand feature, be recognized, and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff's recommendation. If you are in the commission chamber, please come to the microphone, state your name and address, and the item you want removed from the consent agenda. The Planning Commission is required to disclose context about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contexts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contexts. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in the making of the final decision again on Thursday, March 27th, 2025 in this chamber at 7 p.m. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Consideration of the February 10th, 2025 Planning Commission minutes. Special use permit application SP 2025-005 Donna Barnett with DSB Management, renewal of a special use permit SP 2023-116, which expires on 4/18/2025 to operate a short-term rental at 2311 North 104th Terrace. Plan review application PR 2024-002 NP Turner Industrial LLC, final development plan review to construct a new industrial park at 535 North 72nd Street, 612 North 74th Drive, 7013 Taromie Avenue, 7188 Taromie Avenue, 7302 Taromie Avenue, and 7311 Taromie Avenue. The items I've just read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on any of the items?
No.
No.
Please include the following items as part of the record for all the items on the consent agenda. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated March 10th, 2025, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo for special use permits, and the notice to property owners. The commission will vote to approve in one vote these items unless someone requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
Is that complete? All right, thank you. Anyone from the commission want to remove anything from the consent agenda for special consideration? All right, seeing none, is there anyone in the audience, online or in person, that would like to remove an item from the consent agenda for special consideration? All right, seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. Commissioner Jones?
Motion to approve the two cases on the consent agenda as written.
All right, thank you. Motion for approval of the consent agenda made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Strauss?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Strauss.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Armstrong.
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Easterwood.
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
And Moeller.
Aye.
8-0, motion approves.
All right, thank you. And only the special use permit will move on to the Board of Commissioners on March 27th. Is that correct? All right, thank you.
Okay, the consent agenda is complete and the commission, oh, sorry, I already read that. All right, first item on the agenda, on the non-consent agenda, change of zone application COZ 2024-016, Steve Sobek. Change of zone from AG Agricultural and R Rural Residential District WICO to RP1 Planned Single Family and RP1B Planned Single Family Districts to create 241 residential lots at 12024 Leavenworth Road and 3351 North 123rd Street in conjunction with Plat 2024-017, preliminary plat to create 241 residential lots at 12024 Leavenworth Road. Again, that's what it was noticed as. It's since been reduced to 237 single-family lots. The following items were included as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map of the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated March 10th, 2025, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice of the change of zone in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose on this application?
No.
Yes, I've spoken to proponents and opponents previously, but not prior to this case. Anyone else? All right, thank you. Mr. Sobek, name and address, please.
Steve Sobek, I am the owner at 12024 Leavenworth Road. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Chairman and the commissioners for the time tonight. We've been through a continuance the last couple months. We were approved on November the 12th for I think Gunnar mentioned a previous plan. I wanted to take some time to kind of reevaluate things, look back through the guides, regulations, check into more detail of the vendors we're working with, a builder, that type of thing. So I really went back through the KCK plan and also the Piper plan. Gunnar, would you throw that presentation? Thank you. So I wanted to run through real quick. Again, we've tried to set this up properly. The original plan was approved with variances and things, and after I had a chance to look at it and talk with neighbors, talk with the public works engineers, and the school superintendent, the fire chief, just different folks, we decided to make some changes that I think have improved the layout itself. That hopefully, again, will be approved tonight. So this is what's scheduled to be put into this area. We're in a low density residential area, so we were focusing on those criteria. And I can't read the old eyes are going. But for the most part, it says 3 to 5 dwelling units per acre. Okay, so we went back through again, looked at our density, looked at the requirements both from KCK plan and Piper, and tried to revamp everything to work with all the guidelines in consideration. This is our goal, is really to hit that middle class, offer a product to the middle class that people can come in and be proud of. And so it's staying with a certain price point that will allow people to come in and purchase these homes and be proud of that the neighborhood they live in. We went to the Piper plan also. And this talks about it's a suburban residential under the Piper plan. It warrants a 3 to 4 unit per acre density, which is what we achieved. This here, again, it just reiterates the fact that it's a suburban residential area that's in the plan itself. So both plans, we've achieved what is being asked for by the county. Right here, it shows the 80-20 rule that's in the Piper plan. So we've got 20% of our lots with a is it RP1B, and then the other 80% is the RP1 lot sizes, which we've hit all the guidelines. We're not asking for any variances, any changes at all. This right here, I had a chance to try to pull information around the community and looking at different neighborhoods that have been built up in that area. And I just wanted to show that, we're right there with all of the existing neighborhoods around us. And we're trying to do this thing right and offer a premium product to the Piper area. This talks about the amenities that we have planned. We've got a pool, a clubhouse, a kids play area. We've got trails that flow throughout the community, and then also to the school, and then also a 2.5 acre park that will be donated over to the UG or the county for their purposes. This is the plan itself. Again, it hits all the requirements by the Piper plan and also the KCK plan. And with open space, with lot sizes, with everything. The amenities being asked for, everything. And this last layout is, I want to bring up because in talking with the neighbors and different folks, there was certain concern that I tried to address, and that's why it's taken a couple months to get through this thing, because I've talked to Public Works and a number of different the economic development department, all sorts of things to try to figure out how to solve some of the concerns that the neighbors have brought up. We're really trying to be a good neighbor and make this work for everybody. One of the things was the traffic, and right now in our plan, you'll see that 119th it will be continued up to the end of our property. But I'm in talks with the owner of the back 80 that we can push 119th from Leavenworth Road to Donahue. And this is one of the first things that I mentioned when we started talking to planning, and everybody was just wondering why that hadn't been done. And I think if we can get this accomplished, it really will release a lot of the traffic in that area. When we first got into planning this development, we didn't have that small section off to the left up here. So we added that, which opened it up to 123rd. And now this opportunity is coming up to push 119th all the way through to open up that whole area. One of the other things I've been working with Ricky Ledgerwood with is the improvements from 115th to 123rd. How do we make that road better? Okay, and we're working through some details, but we're trying to get improvements to not only to putting 119 through, but also improving Leavenworth Road. And again, these are just some things that have come up in our conversations with folks. We've really tried to talk to different people and understand, what their concerns are. A lot of these folks have lived here for a long time, and out of respect, we're trying to create this so it improves and makes things easier, life easier for the existing our existing neighbors. So we've decreased our density. We've gotten rid of all variances. We spoke with the Piper School superintendent. She's with her plan. She's in favor of this neighborhood. We've talked to the fire chief. He's good with everything we've discussed. Again, I talked about the plan to reduce the traffic by taking 119th from Leavenworth Road all the way up to Donahue, but also keeping that that other exit onto 123rd to kind of spread out that traffic. Again, I mentioned the fact that, we're trying to make those improvements to Leavenworth Road. There were some concerns about drainage and that type of thing. We've gone back through with the Public Works engineering to make sure that everything is going to be flowing properly in this area. There's no concerns there. And we're trying to keep the neighborhood as a real high standard. We want this to be a place that people want to come in, they want to live, they want to be proud of. And that's really what we're striving for as much as we can. And, there's been some concern about the builder that's coming in to build these homes, D.R. Horton. And I was just speaking with a gentleman, and he was asking about local trades and things. D.R. Horton, I know the vice president of D.R. Horton here in town. He came from Greenville, South Carolina, where I do some other work. So we've got quite a bit of history together. I know the kind of guy he is, and I've asked him about, how does your process work? Who do you use? What, that type of thing. He uses a lot of the same vendors and superintendents that the local custom builders use. So if there's concern about quality or that type of thing, it's you've got the same folks building these houses as they have been for a number of different years. So, we're trying to keep this quality high, bring in a nice product with nice amenities, a nice place for people to live, reduce the traffic, make some improvements on Leavenworth Road. And that's all the stuff that I've been working on for the last couple of months. That's why I've asked for continuances. So, that being said, one of the other things that's come up is the warranty with D.R. Horton. D.R. Horton uses the exact same company with their warranty as I use down in North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And I know this group. I know what they can do, how they do their job. It's high quality. They they will take care of a problem if there's a problem and get things done. Brian wasn't able to make it tonight because his daughter is being confirmed, but Brian is a top-notch guy who's going to stick by, his product and what's being built. I've walked through houses with him, and he's pointed out certain areas that he wants to improve in different ways to make things better. So he's just a top-notch individual. I'd love for anybody to meet him, because man, I think you think the world of him. That's for sure. So that being said, that's really kind of where we're at. Again, the previous plan was approved with variances and things. We've taken that plan, we've reduced the density, we've gotten rid of all the variances. We're following all the guidelines of Piper and also KCK. We've worked diligently with planning. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. These guys, I think, are kind of sick of seeing me, but we've really worked across the spectrum of folks. I think I've met with at least 17 plus people in different departments, and just trying to make sure that we can do this right and get things done. And if anybody has any concerns, I'd love to talk with them. I mean, again, I've tried to reach out with folks and discuss, hey, how do we get this thing done? This area is planned for single family. There's a need for single family. And, okay, so how do we get that done? And we do it the right way. And that's what we're trying to achieve. So, again, I want to thank you for your time. Thank you for letting me present. And, I sure I'm open for questions.
All right, thank you very much. Questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
A couple things I noted in your presentation there. Price point, you said a middle-class price point. What do you consider, what is your price point? And what do you, so?
The price point is going to be about 450 to 490. Okay. We don't want to bring in a product that is priced lower than what the community is offering, because we don't want to, hurt anybody value of their homes and that type of thing. And looking at the different properties around it, that 450 to 490 is a kind of a sweet point that we feel that we will keep people's product or their house values in the same area and hopefully improve it. So that's our goal.
Does 450 to 490 sound like a middle-class price point though? I mean, I'm middle class. I don't know that I can afford 450 or 490.
Well, I can understand your perspective. We'll put it that way. I mean, I can't argue with you too. My first house was $200,000. It was like, but that's the happy medium is trying to, again, bring the right product in, the single family product that's well needed. Work with the neighbors, keep the value at a point where we're not hurting anybody, but still, offering this quality product to folks. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd have to agree with you. I mean, honestly, I can't deny that. There's no doubt. But that price point works in this area. And again, with the amenities and different things that we're trying to bring in and offer, I think it's going to be a real nice neighborhood for people to live in. I really do.
Like square footage of the house, what does it start at? What does it end at?
It'll be about 1650 going up to 2300. On average, I think it probably end up about 1800 square feet.
Okay. And then the second thing you mentioned, I was kind of curious about is you met with a Piper superintendent. Why did you do that?
I personally didn't do it.
Okay.
The attorney for D.R. Horton did, and it's passing that on.
What was the purpose of that?
Because we were requested to meet with the superintendent and find out, what her view, Dr. Dane's view of this is. Is this going to put, a lot of strain on the school district? Is it not? Is she, what were her thoughts on this? And with her plan, she said she was for it.
Well, could you tell me what her plan is? Because I live out there and I don't know.
I honestly don't know. That was the information that is passed on to me. I wasn't able to meet with her. I'm
just curious because we just got a thing in the mail asking for more money in taxes from the school district. So
is that right?
Yes, $32 million more dollars. So
jeez.
I'm just wondering what her plan is because I haven't heard it yet. So
yeah,
I think a lot of us are curious about that. And then if we were to add 237 more houses, even if half of them have children, and the average of children is 2.4 in a household, you're talking, another over 300 students to a school district that's already 8% over where it should be.
See, there's conflicting information about that, which
I can tell you it's not conflicting.
Yeah.
It's
Well, no,
overcrowded.
and I don't want to argue with you at all because she's saying that she would support this because the schools could handle it. We'll put it that way. I mean, I'm just.
Okay. I was just curious as to what she told you and what her perspective was.
And again, I didn't talk directly with her.
That's fine.
So the other thing I want to point out too, that I forgot to mention is the tax dollars coming from these houses.
Sure.
Okay. That would be to a tune of, because we're going to bond out all the streets, all the sewers, everything. So we'll bond this out for 2 to 3 years, okay? As I calculated out and talking with a BPU, I think that, where's my numbers here? We would be, sorry, we would be at, anywhere from 4.8 up to 7.5. If you were able to take that money, put it somewhere and
Gotcha.
get some interest, that type of thing.
Right.
So the maintenance and the improvements that are going to be needed to be done, we're going to be taking that on. So through this bonding, and I understand that, and I'm ready to go. So I'd love to be able to take that money, and then the money coming in for electricity and things like that for the BPU. That's what kind of makes up those numbers. And I took those off of folks that live around the neighborhood with about the same size or same price point as where we would be.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Armstrong. Commissioner Armstrong?
Sorry, I just need to be made panelist again. It booted me out, and then I needed to, I only have the viewing link.
All right, we've got you back in. Gunnar, can you just check that to make sure, but I've got her back in. Other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Beth?
Yeah, the rendition in the packet of the houses, is that what they're gonna look like?
Yes, I honestly don't remember what was put in, but yes, I'm sure it is. Yes.
Well, I think it's the same rendition of houses for your project on 86th Street that we approved last month, right?
Correct.
So are they gonna be the same
It'll be-
developer,
I'm sorry, didn't mean to.
the same builder?
Yeah, same trades, vendors, local.
So these are
that
gonna
kind of thing.
these are gonna be equivalent of the same ones on 86th Street project?
What we'll do is make higher quality finishes.
Because they were a little different price point, weren't they?
Yes, they were. Yeah, we're trying to be more under 400 off of 86th Street, honestly, based upon the surrounding price point of the houses. With these houses, there's going to be higher finishes and different product to finish things off.
And the area would bring a higher price point too, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's
The next question I have, and I don't know, Gunnar may have to answer this, is the question about giving up property to this UG for a park, and that's one of your amenities,
yeah, so one of the.
and who is going to maintain the park and build the park?
In talks with planning, they have been looking for a park for several years, I guess. And it just so happened that we were able to kind of move things around to make this work. And
And who will build the park and maintain it?
I'll work with the Parks and Rec to build things out and that type of thing. Maintenance of it will be on the Parks and Rec. And then I know they've got.
So the quick answer is the UG will maintain and build your park for your amenity, right?
No.
No, we've got other amenities and that type of thing that.
You're just carving out a piece that's going to be given to the unified government to do a park. Is that correct?
Correct.
You have your own amenities and plan in place. Correct.
Correct.
So yeah, the unified government has.
That was one of his amenities earlier, to have a park.
I didn't take it that way only because I knew that was going to be a unified government park and not a subdivision park, but go ahead and clarify.
If I misspoke, my apologies.
Okay.
But it's that, I see that as amenity because it's going to be, I think it'll be a great addition to the area. But we're going to have a pool, clubhouse, water features, a kids playground area, trails throughout the development itself. So the kids can get to
The
And this
school,
is an agreement that's worked out, so it's already agreed to do, right?
we haven't finalized any plans as of, at this point, but I, I believe that's.
Gunnar Hand Director of Planning and Urban Design, the agreement was that they would donate that land to the unified government so that we would have public park land in
Okay.
Piper, which has been a
That
goal
was
for a
my-
long time. I think that,
That was what I was trying to get to, that
Yeah.
it's that the UG knows this is coming.
yes, we've been in talks
Okay.
with Parks and Recreation. They had some money set aside to purchase land in the Piper area. It's like $125,000, which will then be used with this donation to outfit it. Obviously, $125,000 is not enough to build a park, especially 2.5 acres. So they still need to find some money for that. But yes, we've been in contact with Parks and Rec. It is a condition of approval as a part of this land entitlement. And so how that gets executed will be something that Mr. Sopek would have to work with UG Legal and Parks and Rec.
That's what I was getting at.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
As we get into, building out the development things, it's a lot, we can help out and reduce those costs greatly with everything we're doing. We've got the equipment and that type of thing in place. So that can reduce a lot of the costs involved if the UG were to just go somewhere else and have to do it all themselves type thing. So we'll help out as much as we can. We want to be good partners.
Any other questions, Commissioner Bell? All right, thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? All right, seeing none, we'll open up the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to speak in favor of the project? I'd stay standing. Mr. Nichols, you're next. Anyone opposed, please come forward. Name and address, please.
Mike Nichols, 3108 North 118th Street, Kansas City, Kansas. I just want to start off by saying that I agree with Mr. Sobek. He has done some work since the last time we were before the board to meet with me and others in the community to try to get an idea about where our differences were and to see if we could kind of reach some sort of compromise. And I very much appreciate that. I believe he's been acting in good faith. But sometimes you just have such a difference of opinion that there's not really a lot of room for compromise or can't quite reach an agreement. And that's where I think we find ourselves here. And I want to point out that even though there's been some discussion about the fact that a previous version of this plan was approved, as this commission well knows, that was an invalid vote based on some failures to properly notify surrounding landowners and notification issues, which has happened now, I think, at least twice during the pendency of this particular plan. And so, though it may have been voted on, there is no binding vote, no legal vote, no vote that would satisfy to approve this project that is currently in place, which is why we're here tonight. I continue to argue that land is a finite resource and that in Wyandotte County in particular, that's especially true. We are the smallest county in area by about a third of pretty much any other county in the state of Kansas. All the other counties are pretty much the same size, and we're about a third of that size. And so the amount of land that we have left to develop is significantly smaller, particularly to the two, competing counties that we deal with, which are Johnson and Leavenworth. I think at this point in time for Piper, we'd have to treat Leavenworth as probably the biggest competitor as far as rooftops and getting bodies and workers and people to come live. And we're never going to be able to compete with them with the amount of rooftops they can build versus what we can build. And so we're going to have to really make sure that what we do build is of the highest quality, that we're maximizing the value of the land that we have left. And while it looks like there's a lot, when you start looking around, there's less and less of it. And whenever it's built up, it's all that we're going to have left. And we believe that this continues to be too dense for this area. It has too many people entering and exiting from one exit onto Leavenworth Road. That this is not in conformity with the rural, semi-rural character of Piper and what it has been throughout history, what it was promised to be when it was annexed, and what the people who have moved out there before have expected when you go to live in that kind of area. And the great thing about Kansas City, Kansas is that there's different kinds of living for anybody that wants to live. There's great areas down here for urban living. There is some suburban living in between. There is rural living in Wyandotte County, and there's a semi-rural area. But it is not good for the prices of our homes and consistency to change those areas. And so that you have somebody move into what's a semi-rural area and start turning it into a higher density area. Density should come out from the major commercial areas. So Out in Piper, Legends, you got apartments. You should move out to perhaps multifamily homes and then move out to denser single-family homes. And as you get further away where this project is, closer to your schools and such, you want to have the more semi-rural, larger lot area. The other issue that we've talked about over and over again, and I think Mr. Sobek brought it up, is that the entrance and exit of this piece of property. And it is 200 plus homes, 240 or so, with then approximately 500 cars entering and exiting essentially off of one spot on 119th Street that currently services approximately 40 homes. And I know that we've seen the plat up here where there's been additional property purchased over to 123rd Street to alleviate some of that. But even if you look at it here, you'll see it's completely in red. It is its own separate thing. And I remain skeptical that it's ever going to happen, particularly if this board and the Unified Government Commission does not put in place dead firm restrictions that require that that get built. Because if the rest of it gets built, there's no reason for them to go over there. It's going to be an extra cost. The number of houses for the roads that they have to build gets a lot trickier. And if they've already got what they want everywhere else, there's not going to be much incentive for them to build it. So I think it's one of those things that looks nice here, but I remain skeptical that we're going to ever have it unless you make sure that that happens. Even when they call that phase two, last time we spoke before you, they call that phase two. There's one right down by the entrance off 119th and Leavenworth. Then 2 is over there on 123rd Street, and then they call the other ones 3 and 4. Well, in reality, we know that's not how it's going to happen. And the attorney for D.R. Horton said as much when I asked, why can't you just go start on 123rd Street? Get started over there. Have that be your construction entrance. Have that be where all of the impact is happening, because there's no neighborhood currently there that you're going to be impacting the way you would be in Pavilions of Piper.
1 minute remaining.
They said, well, we can't do that because we can't get sewers from here to there, which means they have no intention of ever starting that process, so that part of the project, until they get all the way over there. I also know that the city says that this is a project that will not be a net positive for these tax revenues, that for the infrastructure that it consumes and the services it will use, it will not add anything. And when we know, as Commissioner Ward has said, that the school is already pushing for bonds, there are still kids after the last bond going to school in temporary school trailer units, that this is not something that the schools can support as currently constructed. It might be very wise to set this over to next month's meeting after the Piper School bond issue occurs to see exactly what happens with that vote. But the schools cannot support this as it stands. And with the additional cost of the schools, this will be a net negative on the tax revenue of Wyandotte County, because the cost of providing the extra schools for these kids, when considered with the fact that this is a net neutral at best development, makes it a negative. Thanks, commissioners, for your time.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Nichols, can you restate your address for the record, please?
3108 North 118th Street.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
How you doing? Skylar Alexander, 6814 Bell Road, Shawnee, Kansas. Even though I am not a resident of KCK, I am here kind of as what I would think is an advocate for homeowners. And I plan to move pieces of my business to KCK. I don't oppose the subdivision at all. We know that Wyandotte needs housing. What I am opposing is bringing in large national builders that historically have wreaked havoc on neighborhoods. And I can tell you there's one in Texas right now that I have friends living in that is very poor, and it's only been a year old. I don't have any issues with any certain individuals that work there, but all those individuals are at mercy of the leadership, the bottom line, and all of those people that are receiving funds from the profits of these projects. When they go to use local trades, they tend to pay bottom dollar. They push really, really hard. And the quality that's coming out, all you have to do is search D.R. Horton on YouTube and you will see some pretty horrendous building. Some of these homes aren't even lived in. You know, when you have somebody that's building 90,000 homes a year, quality kind of goes out the window. You can't build that much. You can't even have enough process to build quality homes that are going to withstand time like other local general contractors and tradesmen can do. And so I just urge you guys to think very carefully about allowing these large national builders in here, even though we do need the infrastructure and we do need these homes for people. the type of business that these guys run is not conducive to creating quality houses for people. And I can almost guarantee you that once these are built by these companies like this, the surrounding neighborhoods will have problems. I have dealt with this in many states, not just Kansas and Missouri. I've dealt with it in Texas and other areas. So I just wanted to, make you guys aware of that we are really here to make sure that we can build quality housing. The finishes don't matter. It's the framing, it's the infrastructure, it's a lot of other things that, where there, some of these neighborhoods that I know of, that I have been to, year in, fences are falling down, they're having water pipes come off the walls. I mean, it is very, very hard to build quality at that scale. And I just wanted everyone to think very, very hard about allowing people like that into our communities. Because even though I am in a different county, I still care about this entire community. I was born here in KCK, and I care about what happens here. And so I just really want everyone to take that into consideration. And I appreciate your guys' time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this case has been held over multiple times by the applicant, the commission, as well as due to a notification error. This case is being heard in conjunction with Plat 2024-017 for 237 single-family homes lots. Again, the change of zone is to RP1 and RP1B. This is in the Prairie Delaware Piper Area Plan. Staff did receive a letter of support. We've received multiple letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation on the property. Staff recommends approval with conditions. No deviations are required.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Strauss,
Which one do we want first?
be change of zone.
All right, I move to approve COZ 2024-16 with the amendment of 237 lots instead of the 240 plus lots that was in the paperwork, and all the rest of staff stipulations and comments.
Okay, motion to approve change of zone application 2024-016 made by Commissioner Strauss. Is there a second? Commissioner Jones, is that a second?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Strauss.
Aye.
Ward.
Nope.
Armstrong.
Aye.
Beth.
No.
Easterwood.
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-2. Now the plat, please.
All right, now I need a motion on the plat. Is that Commissioner Strauss?
It is.
Okay, go ahead.
I move to approve Plat 2024-017 with the addition of the 237 lot amendment to the paperwork and all other staff stipulations and comments.
All right, motion made for approval of plat, Plat 2024-017 made by Commissioner Strauss. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Strauss.
Aye.
Ward.
Nope.
Armstrong.
Aye.
Beth.
No.
Easterwood.
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
And Moeller.
Aye.
Motion approved, 6-2.
All right, both of these cases will move forward to the Board of Commissioners on March 27th. Is that right? Yeah, March 27th. Thank you.
Next case is change of zone application COZ 2024-042 Autumn King with BHC. Change of zone from AG Agricultural District to CP2 Planned General Business District to construct an indoor go-kart facility at 9700 State Avenue in conjunction with BOZA 2024-043, which was approved earlier this evening by the Board of Zoning Appeals. The following items were included as part of the record for this case. the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated March 10th, 2025, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices of property owners. Has any commissioner had any contact to disclose on this application?
No. Yes, sir. Are you going to present again? Right. Name and address, please, again.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Scott Sloggy, Sloggy Architects, Kansas City, Missouri. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Also in attendance tonight is Eric Bird, who is our civil engineer. If you have questions that you would like to ask him, as well as Mr. David Hill, who is the owner of DH4 Holdings, who's the applicant for this project. I have submitted some documents to Mr. Toy. I'd like to bring up on the screen if he doesn't mind. It's also important to note that this will be the second location in the Kansas City area. We have one right now in Lee Summit, which is opened in June of 22. It's been very successful, and they're operating now with the expectation of having even more opportunity at this location for their cart riders. As indicated earlier, this is a 55,000 square foot building, which 35,000 square feet is the aforementioned cart racing area. It also is proximate to the Atlas 9 that is directly to the east. We work very closely with the staff. And this application, the first go around, has changed quite a bit to address many of their concerns they had for this project. One of which was that we located the parking, the brunt of the parking on the east side, which is right across from Atlas 9's parking. And it utilizes the same entrance coming off of 97th Street or 98th Street to the north. We also have located the building closer to State Avenue, which was one of the requirements the city would like for us to pursue for this project. It's also important to note that we are here really to show you a number of images of not just the Lee Summit location, but the proposed location here that directly addresses the 27576 architectural guidelines that Mr. Toy had cited in his comments to us for this project. You also notice that we have a rich and robust landscaping that's surrounding the building on all sides. It is four-side architecture. We've also indicated a separate right in, right out that would go to the north, in addition to the right in, right out that will be off of State Avenue to provide ample ways to get in and out of the project. Go to the next slide, please. So here is the relationship between our proposed building and Atlas 9 to the east. You see how the parking flows, we think, much better than the original application. So there's spillover parking really for both uses. We think this is going to be healthy for both uses to be successful at this location. Next slide, please. This just showed the simplicity of the building box, which is important to us so we can have a very challenging and serpentine racetrack inside. I must tell you, this is a lot of fun. And you'll find that those who come here time and time again really enjoy the experience. And not just for folks who are individuals who want to learn how to race these carts. Also, it's open to corporate sponsorships and many events like birthday parties and such that can be here. And they have proper accommodation with a full-blown restaurant and bar, a games area, the particular facilities that would be associated with those, as well as meeting rooms to have birthday parties and such. Next slide, please. So one comment by the city was that they believed our building had to have more plane changes. We believe that this building meets that, if not exceeds it. This is a prototype. This is a prototype that we use for Lee Summit, which you'll see here in some images, as well as what we're building right now in Thornton, Colorado, which is ironically enough, right next to Topgolf. So we find this to be a very engaging facility, and it begins to show the dynamic nature of what's inside. So we go to the next slide, please. You see that we've also been very careful to use the same materials palette we've used for other locations. We're being consistent from location to location that we're bringing here to the UG. Next slide, please. And so here's an image of the Lee Summit location. And this is, we believe, fully manifesting the excitement that's within the building, and it's still a very dynamic architectural treatment that you'll see in this location here off of State Avenue. Next slide. This is what's showing is the cart track inside for your interest. And these are all electrified carts, by the way. And they actually have a junior sized as well for younger folks who would like to race. Next slide. Here they are in motion, very open environment. There's a lot of training that's associated with this so that folks know how to operate the vehicles and enjoy their time that they're there. Next slide, please. This is showing what's called the paddock, which is inside the dining area, very inviting and adjacent to the game room. So folks, either before or after they're slated to race, can enjoy themselves for a longer period of time. Next slide. There's a game room. Next slide. Here's again another image of the Lee Summit location showing some of the elements that you're going to also see on the renderings we're going to show you for your building. Again, the use of metal panels, a rich and robust tapestry of precast panels with a high performance coating that goes on it. You'll see also these red screen elements, vertical screen elements that help to mitigate the amount of light coming into the building. Next slide. We also have a very rich and robust landscaping palette. They'll go all around the building. Of course, this is in the winter time, obviously, but they will be fully grown during the summertime. Next slide. This is the loading area. We took proper care even to properly screen that, as also required by the UG and your location here. Next slide. We have this really incredible red graphic that we use. This is actually facing the highway on Lee Summit. We have the same orientation here that we believe folks will be able to see this from the highway if they're looking from the west to the east. And we're going to illuminate this so that it really is dynamic at night. Next slide. And it turns a corner. And much like what you're doing here, your wall here will be even more robust than what we have in Lee Summit. Next slide. Again, the aforementioned red screens that we're using for accent. Next slide. Next slide. Again, these will be littered, wrong word used. They will be located throughout the building. So you have them, that helps to create a dynamic environment on all four sides of the building. Next slide. And at night, it really comes to life. And we think becomes very inviting. This has a winter circle here. For your location, we'll have that as a landscaping area. Maybe it's an opportunity for an Instagrammable moment, let's say, for folks who go to the facility. Next slide. And here's the renderings for this location. This is looking to the northwest of the building. So this orientation, its entrance faces Atlas 9's parking lot as well. So it makes it very easy for folks who, if there's spillover parking, who want to come to this location, they can. Next slide. Again, the straight on view that you'd have from State Avenue. Next slide. This is a little bit farther to the west, looking northeast. So as you're coming off of State Avenue, you'll be seeing this as you're driving up to the first entrance. Next slide. The entrance inside there becomes a great common area where you would have opportunities for folks to lounge before they actually race or to watch the racers within that space. Next slide. And there's that aforementioned red wall, which wraps around. This is facing back to the north. And so you'll see here the night shot as well, how that will illuminate at night to create, we think, a very attractive, like moss to flame look to this building. Next slide. Overall view from a little farther away. We took proper care to make sure landscaping is meeting the UG's requirements. It also enhances the overall look. Next slide. A view from above. You can see the Atlas 9 off in the distance to the east. We think this building nestles quite nicely within this property, and it takes advantage of the views that you'd have from the highway to the west. Next slide. Next slide. It shows how we maintained four-side architecture on all four sides of the building. Next slide. And at night, we believe it has the same level of sophistication that the Lee Summit location has by, again, utilizing the colors, materials, and the lighting to create, we think, a very dynamic space. Next slide. Just kind of go around the horn here, if you don't mind, Byron. So we're excited to bring this to the UG. We think it's going to be welcomed to the community. I think many folks will love to come here. In fact, what they're going to do is they're going to have even some cross membership between this Lee Summit location and the Unified Government location. So folks would have membership, they could go to either location. The tracks are different enough, it's a different experience if they were to go there. Is that it? So that concludes my presentation. I'm certainly here to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much. Questions for the applicant? Commissioner Strauss.
I know he talked about the potential in our last meeting of potentially having to add parking just in case. I understand what the building does, but is there a place he can show us on these diagrams that if they had to push out parking and add additional parking at a later time, since we did do the variance and we kind of saw that, where that would be?
If you look closely at, he had it up there, the landscape plan might show it. You see where it's dashed to the directly to the north?
Absolutely. I see exactly where you're talking about. Okay.
So we'll prepare the property so it's not a huge burden to add that later if that were something that they wanted to do.
Gotcha. That was my only question.
All right, thank you. Other questions for the applicant? All right, we'll move on to public comment. Anyone want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please come forward or raise your hand if you're online. Okay, we must have a lot of go-kart racers, so everybody's in support. All right, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this case is being heard in conjunction with BOZA 2024-043 for parking, which was approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals earlier this evening. This changes zone from to CP2 for the go-kart track. This is in Prairie, Delaware Piper area plan. Staff received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation on the property. Staff recommends approval with deviations for building orientation and materials, as well as conditions, including a final development plan, which we are already reviewing right now for April.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? If not, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Strauss.
I enthusiastically, because I plan on going here at some point, want to make a motion to approve COZ 2024-42 with the deviations of the building orientation as well as the building materials and other comments in the report there.
All right, thank you. Motion to approve, enthusiastically approve change of zone application 2024-042 is made by Commissioner Strauss. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
I second and echo the sentiment of Commissioner Strauss.
Okay, so we have some more enthusiasm on the second as well. All right. Oh, and a bark. I guess there's enthusiasm all around tonight. So any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Strauss.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Armstrong.
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Easterwood.
Aye.
Ernst.
Both the dog and I. Yay.
Jones.
Aye.
And Mueller.
Show me the torque. Hell yes.
Motion approved 8-0.
All right, thank you. This will be heard once again on March 27th, and Commissioner Strauss and Mueller, I'll see you on the track.
Thank you. And I love volleyball, by the way. I love volleyball.
All right, our next case is change of zone application COZ 2025-001, Sherry Guyad with University of Kansas Health System. Change of zone from RP4 Planned Garden Apartment District to CP2 Planned General Business District for an 18-unit hotel at 4325 Rainbow Boulevard in conjunction with Master Plan Amendment 2025-001, as well as Master Plan Amendment 2025-001, Sherry Guyad with University of Kansas Health System, Master Plan Amendment for the Rosedale Area Plan from general urban to urban mixed use for an 18-unit hotel at 4325 Rainbow Boulevard. Is there any commissioner that has any context to disclose for this case?
No.
No.
Commissioner Armstrong, do you have contact to disclose? You're muted.
I do. I spoke with Commissioner Christian Ramirez in regards to this project.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Ms. Guyette, I've got you queued up, ready to speak. If you would start off with your name and address, please.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good evening. Sherry Guyette with University of Kansas Health System on behalf of Friendship Inn, 4000 Cambridge Street. Just to give a little background on the project and how we ended up here. Friendship Inn is a hospitality house that serves patients and families that have extended stays at the University of Kansas Health System. More than likely, they are receiving cancer treatment or transplant. Those are the types of patients that have to stay close to the hospital for an extended period of time. This project is already under construction. We are slated to actually open this summer in 25. We received our initial approvals for this project back in 2021. And during that time, we had a fallout in our philanthropic donation. So the project was placed on hold. Friendship Inn is a non-for-profit separate 501c3. So we placed the project on hold, unsure of whether or not this project was going to move forward. Also during this time, we had received our approvals for our master plan amendment, our rezoning, and our special use permit. The special use permit was under the previous short-term rental ordinance. During the time that this project was placed on hold, there was a revision to the short-term rental ordinance. We had always planned to come back through for another special use permit during our project's construction. And since the change of the short-term rental ordinance, Friendship Inn, as it stands today as 17 bedrooms, no longer qualified for that special use permit under that short-term rental ordinance. With conversations with staff regarding what our options are, knowing that we aren't a hotel, we are a hospitality house, but we really don't fit into a direct category. We are 17, 18 bedrooms, and understanding, we have heard concerns from the neighborhood, which we understand about changing the zoning. We were kind of led down the path of this rezoning versus a special use permit, and which one to go with, directed towards the rezoning to allow for our operations. We would not have to come back and continually renew a special use permit. We are open to either direction. We understand the concerns of the neighborhood. We will do the special use permit. We will do the rezoning, whichever direction you all want to take. I believe the staff also put in a use restriction under the rezoning. What was new to us was the indefiniteness of the special use permit. So it seems to me that they're both equally an option for us. However, the commission would like to handle or proceed, we are open to either. Happy to answer any questions. I also have with me on the line Aaron Morris from Roseman Architects and Sean Frost with Grayson, that also both represent the project, should there be any other questions.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Strauss.
Who manages the particular property, since it's not necessarily a short-term rental or a hotel? Is there like a management company that's going to maintain it in perpetuity?
There is. So Friendship Inn is governed by a board of directors, and we have hired a management company that will manage the property.
All
Okay.
right,
And
thank you.
Handle all of the reservations. So no one is allowed to just from the public just to stay at Friendship Inn. So you can't just call and make a reservation at Friendship Inn. So it comes directly through our social workers through the hospital. So it is not open. It's not like a hotel that's open to the public. It is really for those that are in need, that do not have the funds to pay for extended stay and have a necessity to stay near to the hospital for their care.
Kind of similar to the Ronald McDonald House over at
It's
Children's.
very similar to a Ronald
Gotcha.
McDonald House. We just don't cater to children.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, thank you. Other questions? Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, in regards to the funding, I know you mentioned earlier in your presentation that the project had been halted due to a funding issue. Is the Friendship Inn, is it staying open also reliant on funding, or it will be the same funding? So like, could that be a future issue, or is that an issue that's solved now?
It is an issue that's solved now. The major donor was to fund the construction project. The operations is continually funded through the work of the board of directors. But the major construction project was a philanthropic donation as a whole from a major donor.
Anything else, Commissioner Armstrong?
No, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition? Yes, sir. Your name and address, please.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Jacob Hodson. I am the president of the Spring Valley Neighborhood Association. I reside at 4448 Francis Street, so I'm directly behind this project. The neighborhood is in favor of this project. We are not in favor of changing it to a commercial zoning. So we reached out to Mr. Toy and Mr. Hand last week. They brought up this idea of doing a special use permit that would be indefinite. So Friendship Inn wouldn't have to keep coming back to get new permits. And we are all in favor for that. So if this commission would please grant that special use permit for this instead of the rezoning, we would prefer that instead of having the right for that property to be built as a commercial property. And I do think it sets a precedent along the rest of Rainbow, which we are trying to keep that block of Rainbow residential.
Okay, thank you. Other comments from the public? I've got Becky Paulson online. Becky, have you queued up, ready to speak? Start off with your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Becky or Rebecca Paulson, and I live at 4418 Francis Street, nearly behind the Friendship Inn project. And I just want to echo what you just heard from Jake, that our neighborhood is behind Friendship Inn all the way, but we do not favor having commercial zoning and that change. We'd really like to see the special use permit worked out for them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing no one, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah to get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, we have a change of zone and a master plan amendment for the Friendship Inn. As the applicant noted, the previous SUP had lapsed. By the time it had lapsed, we had changed the ordinance and it was no longer eligible for a special use permit for a short-term rental. This is in the Rosedale area plan. Before this evening, staff received no letters in support. We did receive letters in opposition to the change of zone master plan amendment. Again, not the SUP idea, which you've heard twice now this evening. Staff does recommend that the Planning Commission recommend approval of a special use permit, which you can have for a hotel in any zone district. You could carry over all of the existing conditions of approval for both the change of zone and the master plan amendment, which were all carried over from previous conditions of approval. Because this was noticed as a master plan amendment and change of zone, it is the opinion of legal, which we've secured, that an SUP is a less intensive land entitlement, and so you do not need to read notice. You do have the option to make a motion to change all of this to special use permit. A special use permit would void the need for both the change of zone and the master plan amendment. So it would stay residential. The other note that I would make is, although the recommendation is for an indefinite special use permit, so that we kind of don't get in the same situation that we're in right now for future renewals, it still applies, all the same rules for the special use permit still apply. So if the ownership changes, the SUP dies. And anybody who comes back in and wants to do something with that building would have to go through some level of entitlement. The fear, I believe, of the neighborhood for the change of zone in the master plan amendment, even with some sort of recorded, something recorded on the property that would prevent or require another land entitlement, does effectively change it to commercial in nature, which again, I think is the opposition of the neighborhood. And I think we can find another way to do it with the special use permit to make everybody happy. The most important part about this project is, again, this is all on paper. The project is already topped out. It is still under construction.
All right, thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Straws?
What would that number be if we changed it to a special use permit?
Great question. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. If you made the motion tonight, Planning Department tomorrow would generate a new special use permit and move that special use permit to the Board of Commissioners on the 27th. So we don't have a number yet.
Okay.
Any other questions for Director Hand? Commissioner Jones?
Are we talking about the length of time? Did I hear that it would be indefinite as a special use permit?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Yes, staff is recommending indefinite. That way they don't have to deal with any future renewals. Again, which was part of the issue of why we're here right now. But also, again, just as a caveat, the other rules of the special use permit is you can't pass on a special use permit. So if the ownership changed, if for whatever reason Friendship Inn did not own this property in the future, it would be zoned RP4, and you basically, the only option you would have would be to convert it from whatever it is being constructed as now to residences, or they would have to get some other land entitlement, go through some other planning process with public notice, and the neighborhood would have their opportunity to speak if it were to change in the future.
Okay, and thank you for that. And another question, so the property manager is going to be on site?
I
Ms.
believe so.
Kayed,
I
is there
defer
a
to Ms.
property
Kayed,
manager on site? Go ahead, Ms. Kayed.
There will not be a 24-hour property manager on site, but rather part-time management throughout the day and night.
Okay, so what hours would that person be there?
We have not set those hours yet, as we are still working on our opening operations plan. So those hours have not been set yet. We did have a full-time on-site live-in house manager at our previous Friendship Inn, but this is substantially larger and too much to manage for one person, which is why there will be a management company managing the entire home.
Okay, so then what's going to happen during the off hours if there was something to occur that would require the attention of a property manager type presence?
Oh, there will be a hotline and always be available. It will just not be a live-in manager as previous.
Okay, and then so the accessibility, the closeness of the hotline, is that going to be somebody that's in proximity?
Yes, they are local. They are local and manage many other health system hospital properties in the area.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Armstrong?
I move that COZ 2025-001 be recommended as an SUP to the Board of Commissioners, if that motion is germane.
All right, is that an indefinite period?
Yes, for an indefinite period of time. I apologize.
All right, so the motion is for approval of, would it still be change of zone?
No, the recommendation is to make it a special use permit for a hotel
All right, so
motel.
there's not going to be a number.
No number will be, no, the number will be generated tomorrow.
All right. All right, so the motion is to convert this change of zone application to a special use, an indefinite special use application made by Commissioner Armstrong. She's nodding even though I'm stuttering along. Okay, everybody knows what I mean. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
It is, as long as we make sure that the motion notes that no requirement for the master plan amendment either.
Commissioner Armstrong, is that okay?
Yes.
All right. Gunnar, do you have that? All right, thank you. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, roll call.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0.
All right, and do I need a master plan amendment now? I do not.
No, this will be heard on the 27th, though.
All right, thank you. So this will move on. We heard of the Board of Commissioners on March 27th. Thank you.
Sorry, this is Mike with legal. Would we be able to have the applicant just state that they're going to withdraw the master plan amendment, just so, because otherwise we would need to do something with it.
Sure.
All right, Ms. Guyed, given that we've changed it from a change of zone to a special use application, we need you to withdraw your master plan amendment request application.
So withdrawn.
Could you also send us that in writing? Just shoot myself or Mr. Toy an email, please.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
It was the easiest thing I've done all night.
Okay, our next application is change of zone application COZ 2025-003. Oh, I heard her say it and I already forgot. Ichian Lee, change of zone R1B single family district to R2B two family district for a legal non-conforming duplex at 2506 West 43rd Avenue in conjunction with SP 2025-007, as well as special use permit application SP 2025-007, Ichian Lee, special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 2506 West 43rd Avenue. The following items were included as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map of the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated March 10th, 2025, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices of the property owners. Does any member of the commission had any contact to disclose on this application?
No. Ms. Lee, are you in the audience?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, start off with your name and address, please, and tell us what you'd like to do here.
Yes, my name is Ichan Lee and my address is 2506 West 43rd Avenue. I plan on vacating the property and would like to operate one of my long-term rentals as a short-term rental, hence applying for the permits. It is currently a single-family zoned house, but with the change of zone as well as the variance application, I hope to get it approved to be converted to the multifamily duplex. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand or come to the microphone. Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this case was heard in conjunction with BOZA 2025-003 for setbacks, width, size, and open space, which was approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals earlier this evening. This change of zone is also being heard in conjunction with SP 2025-007 for a short-term rental, non-owner occupied, which is proposed for both of the units if the change of zone moves forward. This is in the Rosedale area plan. Staff received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation. Staff does recommend approval with conditions for the change of zone for 1 year with a special use permit at 7-2 for one unit and 4-1 for the second unit. Again, it's a legal non-conforming duplex, which you can see here in this picture.
All right. Questions for Director Hand? If there are none, I'll stand for a motion when ready. First would be on the change of zone application. Sorry, Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve change of zone application 2025-003, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right. Motion made for approval of change of zone application 2025-003 made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Straws,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Now I need one on special use application 2025-007 tied to this case. Commissioner Jones, go ahead.
Motion to approve special use case number 2025-007, subject to staff stipulations and comments, including the SUP being for 1 year.
All right, thank you. Motion made for approval of special use application 2025-007 for 1 year made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Straws,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
and Moeller.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. These will both be heard on March 27th at the Board of County Commissioners meeting.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is special use permit application SP 2024-057, Brad Willits with Dynasty Holdings, renewal of a special use permit SP 2016-30 expired 7/2/2024 for a volleyball training facility at 7120 Gibbs Road. The following items were included as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted, master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated March 10th, 2025, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to the property owners. Do any commissioners have any context to disclose on this application?
No.
Commissioner Ernst?
I heard from a number of different community members in regard to it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Willits?
Morning, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. Greg Musel, 11005 West 141st Street, Overland Park, here on behalf of Brad Willits and the Dynasty Volleyball Club. You noted earlier this evening, Mr. Chair, that there are a number of young women here who are part of the volleyball club, and we appreciate them showing up. A couple
I
things.
thought they were here to see the show and to see good government at work.
They are.
Okay, I'm completely off track then. They're here for this. There
It
you go.
is a civics lesson of the highest order.
Well, there you go. Thank
Yeah.
you. I'm going to sit a little taller now with that.
I have copies of several things I would like, maybe if Brian or Gunnar could hand these to the first is a packet of letters that are in support of this application, letters and emails that folks have submitted. I'm sorry that those that are on Zoom can't get them. I also have copies of our presentation. Got it all. And finally, anticipating that there may be questions later about, we often hear about property valuation and the impact of a particular use on it. I also have copies of information from the Unified Government's Appraiser's Office on valuations of the property in the area. This property has been operating since 2012 as a volleyball training facility.
It was expanded in 2016 with the support of this commission and the Board of County Commissioners to add a new building to it. We've been at I want to introduce Brian Larson is here, Karen Carroll is here, and Brad Willits is back here as the owners of the property. And Mr. Larson is going to speak a little bit about the commitments of the property at the appropriate time. We've been assisting Dynasty for the last several months since you had the first opportunity to hear this in October on the special use permit obligations, their relationship and coordination with the neighborhood, to review and revise and restrict their activities of concern to the neighbors, and to renew the SUP to allow the continuation of this educational and sports training facility. There have been challenges along the way, but it's been a very comprehensive process, and we've appreciated the opportunity to work with the neighborhood on this. I'm going to provide a presentation regarding the property, the uses, the responses to neighbors, the self-imposed mitigation efforts, both before and after your October meeting. I'm going to ask Mr. Larson to give just a few comments before we start into the public hearing. I know there are a number of people here tonight, not all of whom intend to speak, and some of them, because of the age of the youth here, may find this a little late. So if you don't mind, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, if I could have anybody stand, that if you're here in support of the special use permit application for Dynasty, in case somebody has to leave later in the evening.
Connor, do we need to do a count, or do we just need to say a lot of people? I'll do an informal count.
3,000, Mr. Chair.
That's pretty informal. But you did call me Your Honor, and I do like that. So I'll go with 2,900 based on the Your Honor comment. I've been told I've been very judgmental, so there you go.
I count 57.
57? Wow. You counted that quick. Okay.
Mr. Hand has the presentation up. We'll go through this as quickly as I can. You've already had a long evening. I know there's other things on the agenda. This is for the Dynasty Volleyball Club. It's at 7120 Gibbs Road. It's been in front of you before, back in October. We came back in December, asked for a continuance, and then in January needed a continuance because our neighborhood watch meeting with the Morris Neighborhood Watch could not be held due to a blizzard. And their February meeting was after your February Planning Commission, so here we are all of a sudden in March. We did have that meeting with the Morris Neighborhood Watch meeting on February 27th. We can go next. Giving you the address, this was a vacant elementary school for 4 or 5 years before it was purchased by Dynasty in 2012. We received a 10-year SUP in 2014, expanded that in 2016, and then are renewing the application, the special use permit application, those 10 years that have now expired. Next, Anna. Indoor volleyball team practices are indoors. There are no volleyball tournaments held. This is a practice facility. There are intra-club competitions, tryouts, and scrimmages. Spectators are basically the parents of these young ladies. There's also an athletic training recovery business on the site, which serves virtually only Dynasty players. And then in 2014, it was that the sand volleyball courts were established in the back of the building. And those teams have only 2 players per team, or 4 if they're younger ladies. So at maximum, there are 4 people on a court or 8 people on the court during the sand volleyball. Next, please. There's no expansion proposed to the uses of the facility as they are. We have asked for a renewal for 10 years. We were at the October 14th Planning Commission and heard a lot of neighbor concerns from a couple neighbors, and we've tried to address those. We accept all the staff recommendations. 2 I want to discuss with you later. One is the recommendation for a 2-year term, and the second one, just a clarification about the lighting on the sand volleyball courts, which we'll get to in the presentation. And I'll just tell you that we are still requesting 10 years for the purpose of meeting the neighbors' concerns and some of the concerns of this planning commission, that we explore an outlet and entry off Holiday Drive. So we're not entering and leaving the facility on Gibbs Road. That is a cost that will approach $1 million, and it simply cannot be financed or funded if on a 2-year SUP. It can be explored during that time, but it couldn't be completed. Next. We've made a lot of progress, we think. We had neighborhood meeting in August, one in November, and then we met with the neighborhood watch meeting, which is a larger, broader group, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, this Thursday. We have had people out, including Mr. Larson, walking the neighborhood, going door to door to make sure we have that communication. Everybody now has an email and a direct phone number to Mr. Larson, so if they see something and they can say something, and we will address it. We've made outreach to local schools, some of which you will hear about tonight, particularly the Turner School District. We've worked with your staff. We've had a traffic consulting firm review the traffic pattern and the parking, which was an issue. And we've had a lighting consultant look at the exterior lighting, both on the building parking lot and on the sand volleyball courts. And we've implemented a number of programming changes that we continue to monitor, and the planning and evaluating future improvements for parking and traffic, including, as you'll see in a minute, extension of the parking by 19 or 20 spaces that we would intend to do immediately, whether it's a 2-year SUP or longer. Letters and emails to our neighbors, door to door, neighborhood meetings. Talked about those. Partnership with Turner School, including scholarship for community youth, volunteering, and training coaches. And there are special clinics that are going to be set up this summer with volleyball interested folks from the Turner School District. We're trying to cultivate regular communication with the neighbors, better than it was done in the past, where there were certainly some shortcomings, so that we alleviate and mitigate issues before they get to the level that you heard about in October. And looking for efforts to have community engagement, local volunteer opportunities by all of the young ladies that benefit from Dynasty Volleyball. Parking, we're going to add at least 19 spots. That will go through as I understand it, an administrative planning process to ensure those are done properly. No parking on the grass, which was brought up and was, I think, the only thing in the staff report indicated as a violation of the SUP. That has not happened since October, when signs were put up and chains were put up. So there is no parking on the grass. We agree to add screening between the parking and the existing residences. And we have now a parking plan that requires staff and coaches to park on the east side of the building, letting the south part of the building for the parents and the youth and the coaches, or I'm not the coaches, parents and the youth. We changed the traffic flow. There are 2 entrances onto Gibbs Road. We have one, it's a one-way in and a one-way out. So there is a circular pattern. We use both of those now. We have monitors in the parking lot, and we are promoting carpooling within the various teams. I've talked about partnerships with local school districts, service projects. We've donated the use of our facilities, offered them to Morris Watch, Neighborhood Watch, which they have appreciated, and to try to do a school fundraiser. Again, there was a post and you heard about in October, for a tournament to come up this April where it was BYOB. There is no alcohol to be used on the facility. It was in place, no alcohol then. It is no alcohol now, and there's signage on the property to reflect that. Play is limited to youth and adult coaches. We've limited the number of teams, and we've staggered the practices. We have also, as you'll see in a minute, we've reduced the number of teams practicing at one time. There are 6 courts. Only 5 of those courts have teams on them. So we've reduced the number of teams practicing by 16 2/3% since your October meeting. We've agreed to a stipulation that there can be no events beyond the capacity of the parking, and we'll continue to explore the Holiday Drive entrance. We have some very preliminary engineering plans about how it could be done. It would require about $65,000 more just to do the engineering plans, let alone construct that facility. There's a large elevation change, as you may know if you're familiar with the area. That's why we ask for the 10-year SUP. What we might suggest to the commission is, if you would be interested in a 10-year SUP, you give us a 2-year trigger in which to begin substantive work toward actually doing that entrance onto Holiday Drive. Again, we have lights on the sand volleyball courts that were installed by BPU last summer. They do not meet your code for 1 lumen at the property line. They're off on the east and west by a small amount. We would use those only once we can demonstrate that we are in full compliance with the UG code. Next, Gunnar. Traffic mitigation, I talked about reducing the number of teams practicing. We've staggered the schedule of practices, so there's time for the teams that are leaving the court to get out, get in their cars and go, while the teams coming in, it's like church where there are two services. You got to get people out on their way out while you have other people coming in. We've done that. Our traffic consultant looked at that and monitored 2 nights of traffic to see if that was helping. So far, we believe it certainly has. We're encouraging carpooling. We added, you might have something about signage. There was signage in the form of banners put up to identify the exit and the entrance while we changed the traffic pattern to try to get people behaviorally ready to do that. Next, please. Sorry. We've talked about some of these, but there you can see there is no parking on the grass anymore. It is chained off and it is signed. It was signed at times before, but not enforced. We fully understand that it has to be enforced, and the signage and chains will prohibit that. And nothing has occurred since October that would indicate that's not working. We would look forward to working with our neighbors on the fencing and landscaping efforts on both sides. You can see there is already some trees. This is along the west side of the facility. This is where the parking addition would go. It would be on the west side, and it would add 19 spaces. As our traffic consultant indicated, although with the traffic flow, we can make it work now, adding those extra spaces would simply give that much more of a cushion to ensure that we aren't having people congested into the street or parking somewhere where they're not supposed to park within the lot. Lighting evaluation, those numbers are for the parking lot in front of the building, and those all meet your code. The next slide shows the evaluation on the backside on the sand volleyball courts. If you see like up at the upper right, 1.16, that needs to be 1 lumen or lower at the property line. It's kind of hard to get to the property line because of trees, but we don't believe we meet it. And if we're going to have to redo the lights and shield them if we want to come back and demonstrate that we comply with code. These are drone pictures of what's out there now. It is pretty well directed just to the courts, but again, it does not fully comply with the code, and we know we have to do that if we want to use those lights at all. One of the things that was a misconception, I think, earlier is whether or not this is a not-for-profit charitable organization. The ownership is not. And for all of the years it was an elementary school, there was no tax, there were no taxes generated from that. For the 5 years it was vacant, there were no taxes. Now, the Dynasty Volleyball Club and the ownership has a 2024 tax bill of $63,000. It's paid almost $500,000 since it's owned it. And I looked at the appraisal information that you have in front of you. It is now valued this year at just under $1.7 million. So the notion that it doesn't contribute back to the community, I think, is belied by the fact that it's paying those levels of property taxes. I understand not all of that goes to the UG, but it supports the Turner School District, it supports the UG, it supports other governmental entities. The new gym was about a $700,000 investment. And I've been told by several people to say this. I don't know if it's important to the Planning Commission because it's really not a planning issue, but we're not asking for any incentives. This is all private money coming in that bought the property, that invested in the property, and is paying those property taxes. One thing, VIP program, our volleyballers in progress are for beginners ages 2 to 4. They do not practice routinely. They come in at certain times to kind of get them involved in volleyball. We have used the property, allowed the police, the sheriff's department to use it for an active shooter training, because that way they can go in a school building and practice for that. And the Fraternal Order of Police have had a sand volleyball event. They are obviously adults. If they decide they wanted to use it again, and we've told you it's only for youth, I'm not sure if we can come to Gunner and say, Fraternal Order of Police want to have an event there on a weekend, but we'd like to include them as a community activity if we could. You guys know the criteria for approval, and I'm going to kind of go through these quickly. We've been there for 13 years. We have had one violation of the SUP that's reflected in the staff report. That's parking on the grass. We have had concerns from neighbors that you heard in October that we weren't fully aware of with respect to traffic, litter, and the parking issue. We are addressing all of those with the changes in programming and the monitoring and enforcement in the parking lot. I think what I want to say about these criteria is you have to think about what the alternative is. It was empty for 5 years. It will be empty again if this use can't continue. Because this is not something where it's in an area where you want to put a business or it's allowed to have a business. It's in the plan KCK as a semi-public or use like a school or a religious facility. I suppose you could put a church in there. But I think it's important to note that you have an educational and training facility that serves hundreds of young ladies every year. And the efforts to mitigate any concerns on the neighborhood have been significant. Let me just go through the next couple, I think. Gunner's was short. We've gone through each of them, and you have the presentation in front of you. If you have questions on them, I can certainly come back to these. So that's a summary. 12 years of positive youth activities, 8 years in the current footprint after $700,000 worth of improvements. We've promptly responded to the neighborhood concerns we heard in August. We have talked to neighbors. I think in the letters that you will find some that are neighbors that are supportive of this. The continued operation with the operational changes we've talked about. We've gone to traffic and lighting consultants. We have those continuing and new commitments that I discussed earlier. And with all of those things, what I'd like to do is let Mr. Larson get up here and tell you that what I'm saying is true and that these commitments are going to be followed through. And if those commitments aren't in the conditions that are in there now and you want to add them, we are committed to do those.
All right, thank you.
Brian Larson, 11326 South Parish Street, Olathe, 66061. Thanks for having me up here, guys. I appreciate your time. I really want to sincerely thank the 60+ people that have come in and speak on our behalf and support us. A little bit of background here. Our club's a not-for-profit, but when we looked at the Morris Elementary School to purchase it, they would not loan to our volleyball club and not-for-profit. So myself, Karen Carroll, and Brad Willits purchased the property, and it had been vacant for a long time. So we would put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into the property, to refurbishing it for kids. And with that said, my role as the volleyball club director, I control the programming, and I'm the end all be all when it comes to issues within the club of neighbor concerns or discipline or anything with the club. So basically, I'm the face of Dynasty Volleyball. Karen and Brad are more or less building owners that are silent partners that each performs valuable roles within. Karen, valuable within the club, wears many hats. Brad is a steward of the building. He is more or less a custodian, but in the highest order that he's kept our building up and running. But as far as my role is to deal with what we're doing tonight, to deal with the neighbors, to deal with any parent issue, and deal with my coaches. So I want to transparently say that it wasn't until the neighborhood meeting in August of 2024 when we brought people in that I first heard word of any issue regarding our club being a bad neighbor. In retrospect, with reflection, we could have been a better neighbor, and we've made every effort to since August and through October. So in August, at that August meeting, I gave my phone number and email to the neighbors that came in, and we've met. We've referred to the neighborhood watch group, another meeting, and we've walked up and down Gibbs Road, which is the road that right now you have to go in to get to our facility. And I've met the property owners, shook their hands, and on our letter had my name and phone number, and any issue at all, we will be responsive to your needs. And still yet to this day, I have not received a phone call and an email. Mrs. West next door on the west side said that there was a baby crying and called me shortly after the October meeting, a baby crying out back on the beach that triggered her, bothered her, and had me look into it. And that was the lone complaint, if you will, that I've had since August. But we've been receptive and listened emphatically to the neighbors and deeply. And since the October planning and zoning meeting, when we've been asked, work with the neighbors and work on your traffic, we've listened, we've been responsive. So Greg did a good job laying out, the staggered schedules and everything that we're doing. Programming changes we've made, dropping a court, and literally the 4 slides that were brought as concern back in October about a Cadillac Escalade in a ditch, which you made a witty comment, and it was pretty funny. Cadillac Escalade
Flattery.
with Gibbs Road, was one of the slides. There was a line of about 8 cars waiting to get in for a second slide at night, which is a concern with Gibbs Road being narrow, being traffic backed up. There were cars parked on the grass, and then that slide that referred to the alcohol. And the alcohol slide really caught me off guard. The other slides were all they were all true. There's no doubting a photograph, but they were sensational in the fact that they were extreme outliers, and that wasn't the norm. That's not what we're doing. But because of the awareness that was brought to us, we've not only done that, we've done a 180 to address that with all the things that we've mentioned. So, we've got a commitment to the neighbors, to the community. Many of the neighbors are my friends, and we've walked up and down, and they weren't my friends prior to. I'd be crazy to say otherwise, but they care about the mission that we're doing with the kids, and we've got support. And what we're doing is ministry. So, lastly, for me, for my portion here, we've addressed any parking lot overflow. The slides that were there, and we've written to our patrons and followed up several times. And the last thing I'll say, on our side is membership is a privilege. With all the programming that we have, we've now embedded. We've stressed that to treat this neighborhood like your own. And from 2012 to present, have neighbors always done that? Have our patrons done that? No. So we put in our code of conduct, we have a coach, parent, and player athlete code of conduct, and we've embedded in that they will be a good steward of the neighborhood, abide by the posted 20 miles an hour speed limit, and there will be consequences should they not, and there's teeth to that. So I want to thank you guys for your time, and again, I'm the face. If there's any issue at all from the committee questions, bring it to me, and we will be responsive. I can only address what I'm made aware of.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's all we got for the formal presentation, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
We'll be ready to answer questions if there are.
all right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant and the representatives? Commissioner Ernst. Just one second. Commissioner Ernst? That's right.
I'm not sure it's a question so much as a discussion. You've done a lot of things. It's really hard for me to believe that you didn't know before the last blow up that there were problems. Neighbors have complained. They had to go to the city to get no parking signs. Within the past few months, we've still had parking in the fire lanes. You don't have any handicap spots marked. You've made some steps, but you've also promised some things. You were going to look at the lighting last time. And the thought that you might get a 10-year stay based on something you might do, I'm just going to say that doesn't set well with me, given your past history.
May I explain what I intended, Mr. Ernst, Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
On the 10
That's
year.
what I want.
Well, on the 10-year, it would be conditioned on us applying for a building permit or doing the substantial move toward a Holiday Drive entrance within that 2-year period, or we would not continue past that. So it's a trigger that you would hold over us. The other alternative is you give us the 2 years that staff is recommending, and we try to get financing and come back and say, now if you give us 10 years, we can do it because we found the financing. So it's kind of a chicken and an egg. But no, I'm not asking you to give us 10 years with no kind of guarantee or hammer to get Holiday Drive.
I think Holiday Inn, Holiday Drive is the answer. I also know what a monumental task it will be.
All right,
Thank you, sir.
thank you. Other questions? Well, you'd have to come back up to the mic if you're going to talk. Sorry.
Commissioner Ernst, was your question satisfied there? And if not, can you restate that one more time so I can?
I think I know what you said.
All right, he's
Thank
good.
you.
All right, thank you. For the record, that was Brian Larson with the applicant. Okay, seeing no more seeing no more questions, we'll move on to public comments. Anyone in favor of this application, please raise your hand if you don't want to speak. And if you want to speak, line up over at the microphone. But if you want to be counted, I've got 57 odd. Okay, we've got you. Just the speakers come forward. Okay, we'll start with you.
You ready?
We'll find out.
Hopefully everyone on Zoom can see the crowd that we have out here. It's a pretty great showing from the club. My name is Jeremy Greenemeyer. I live at 5213 North 130th Terrace in Kansas City, Kansas. I've been a Wyandotte County resident for about 15 years. I have 3 kids in the Piper School District, 2 of which were born at Providence. One of them is standing right next to me. Dynasty has been a real asset to our family and to, I think, all these families here. For those of you who played sports or had kids in sports, you know what skills it develops: commitment, teamwork, resilience, time management, leadership, on and on. We've found that the Dynasty coaches are almost like an additional parent, which is obviously very helpful for us. My daughter might have some additional thoughts. I also consider Dynasty a real asset to Wyandotte County. For those of you who don't know, Wyandotte County is home to one of the area's premier volleyball clubs, that being Dynasty. Mr. Larson can expand on its accolades, but we should all be proud to have a Wyandotte County grown program that garners national attention, attracts athletes from multiple surrounding counties, and has helped countless girls continue their education via college volleyball scholarships. As an economic matter, really what's not to like? They've repurposed a vacant school, expanded their facilities several times, and contributed almost $64,000 a year in property taxes, all without the use of incentives. And as a resident and taxpayer, I would like to see more of this, or at least support those projects like this that we have. The traffic and parking, which I know has been a big concern here, I will just say personally, everything that Mr. Larson has said has been the case. He has been absolutely emphatic about the right way to park, about the keeping some gaps between the training so that there's as few people as really need to be there. And anyway, it seems to me that Dynasty has been very receptive and responsive to the neighborhood concerns. With that, I humbly request that you support their SUP request.
All right, thank you.
See if my daughter has any questions.
All right, thank you. Give us your name and address, please.
Mirsa Greenemeyer, 5213 North 130th Terrace. I am a sophomore at Piper High School and have been attending the Piper School District since kindergarten. And I started playing volleyball in 7th grade, and I started club in 8th. And the first club I started at was Dynasty. And I have made a lot of progress working with the team, and I have advanced a lot. The coaches and the staff have made me feel very accepted, and my confidence on and off the court has gone up a lot. And I have made a lot of progress because of the camps, practices, and games, even if we win or lose. And it helps me deal with stress of school and outside of my life, well, outside of volleyball.
All right, thank you. I found your testimony to be better than your father's.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
She gets the program button.
Yeah, you should have just gave her the mic to begin. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I am Elania Husky. My address is 2631 North Mill Street, Kansas City, Kansas, Wyandotte County. I am an educator at Turner Middle School, and I have been coaching volleyball at Turner Middle School for 7 years. Coach Bloom is the coach for the high school. He was not able to be here, but you do have a letter from him that should be in the package that you all received.
We do.
Speaking in front of people is a lot different than speaking in front of a classroom of 8th graders, but
You can face them if you'd rather, just as long as I can hear you.
all right. I can't even begin to express how grateful I am for the support and opportunities that Dynasty Volleyball Club has given me and Turner athletes. One thing that stands out about Dynasty is how committed they are to making volleyball accessible for everyone. So I was able to take a group of girls to the clinic and they were scholarship. And during that clinic, the girls had a wonderful time. They didn't want to leave. I really admired the customized training and sessions that we were able to be given. And it made a real difference in their skill development and they walked away feeling very confident. This summer, are excited to partner with Dynasty again for Turner Summer Volleyball Camps, which we have scheduled for the end of July. So Turner usually hosts a volleyball camp. I think we are right after summer school, so it's like the end of June. The turnout the numbers are a little low, which is fine, but we are getting the word out there. We're making sure the girls are have the information and everything. And the Dynasty coaches will be helping us facilitate that, which I am excited about. Dynasty's commitment to athletic development goes beyond just the gym. Not only do they provide training, but they have generously offered their beach volleyball courts for fundraisers for Turner, helping the Turner athletics in a meaningful way. It's that kind of community focus that makes Dynasty truly special. Now, with the beach volleyball courts, we are still trying to figure out the logistics of the fundraisers because during Turner Days in October, they host the mud volleyball competition. And they've been doing that for so long. So we know there's a love there because Turner loves community and togetherness.
Turner loves mud.
Yeah, they like mud. But we're just trying to figure out a way to introduce the logistics of the beach volleyball without them feeling like we don't like the mud. I do like the mud, it's all right, but it's okay.
I don't like the mud myself.
They have also offered free access to Turner coaches to their Dynasty coaches clinics where we will be getting training and getting resources that will help us improve our coaching skills. I have had the chance to shadow and learn from coaches during camps and practices. The tools and materials that they provide are valuable, making a huge difference in how I connect with and coach Turner athletes. These camps we've been to them before, we'll be going again in 2 weeks. So it has been very valuable and I really do appreciate that. And one thing I also loved about Dynasty is since I am an educator, I value education first. My athletes are students first, athletes later. So I really enjoyed like the mentorship that they provided and the value of education. And my athletes had a chance to connect with college athletes during the camps who share their stories about balancing academics, managing mental health in sports, and navigating life as a student athlete. These conversations have been so valuable to my athletes and the guidance they received from both the coaches and college athletes have been very impactful. Overall, we just really appreciate the positive community and the welcoming that Brian has showed us and everybody from Dynasty. It's gonna be a long journey. Like this is not something that you're gonna see like instant benefits. It
Excuse
takes
me
like
1
4 to
second.
5 years.
Are we at time? Okay.
Yeah.
You only get so much time.
Okay, thank you so much.
No, great job, Dr. Dando, as a
was
friend. I'll
awesome.
make sure I
Thank
put in a
you.
good word for you. Thank you.
Hello,
Good. Yes, your name and address.
my name is Zion Jones and I reside at 701 North 84th Street, Kansas City, Kansas
Thank you.
66112. I have been playing volleyball at Dynasty for 5 years now, being introduced at Dynasty at an early age. I also play high school volleyball on the varsity team, being a captain this year, my senior year. I've broken numerous records at my school for blocks, being in all conference teams and Kansas Volleyball Association honorable mention. Going to sub-state many times and winning state this year was really exciting as well. My student activities include varsity cheer, dance team, track and field, student council, and the National Honor Society, also being the vice president there, also while maintaining a 4.2 GPA. After graduation, I will continue to play volleyball and dance at Baker University and plan to major in architectural engineering. Dynasty is really special to me because of the community it provides for me. As I said, I was introduced to Dynasty at a very early age through their summer programs while I was in the 4th grade. This provided me a safe place to learn skills on and off the court and allowed me to make new friends and to expand my sisterhood. The club focuses on player development and a positive and competitive environment. The club also focuses on team building as well. The club provides a scholarship for those in need to continue their development, the Live Like Mike scholarship, and covers players' fees and provides them the opportunity to play. Dynasty feels like my second home to me and my extended family. It's very close to home, which allows me to do other activities. And the club focuses on teaching the game and how to read the court, but also teaches on nutrition and how to have a healthy body. Dynasty has given me the knowledge how to read the court, and I was told by numerous coaches from other clubs that I was too short to play at a higher level, and Dynasty gave me the mentorship and the skills to learn to play at the higher level, and I have been given the opportunity to play in college. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and congrats on all your accolades. I will watch for you on the cover of Architectural Digest in about 10 years.
My name is Tiffany Jones, address 701 North 84th Street, KCK, the mom of Zion Jones, number 44. We have been with Dynasty for many years. One thing that we are proud of is that it does provide us a sense of community and fosters sisterhood and growth. The girls all have big sisters and little sisters that they help mentor and develop. The girls have went to the schools and volunteered, most recently during the Christmas program, hosting the concessions so the parents could actually watch their kids instead of having to do all the work and things like that. We do donations, give back, and as such. Ourselves, we've been in the community our whole lives. She dances at Birds Dance and Gymnastics since she was 4, as well as Oak Ridge Missionary Baptist Church, where we help mentor and do mentorship with girls, and we offer that to the girls at Dynasty as well. So we want to thank you for listening to us today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is DeMontes Pendleton. I reside at 23437 West 87 Terrace in Lenexa, Kansas. So really quick, I just want to say I'm incredibly grateful for Larson, Karen, and Brad for giving me the opportunity to have my business located inside of their facility. I'm the owner of No Limit Fitness, as they said earlier. A little bit of background about me so you can kind of get a gist at, how they have impacted my life. I'm originally from Chicago, born and raised. Very similar to Wyandotte. I'm from Cook County in Chicago, and I have a lot to relate with the kids there. So, being in Wyandotte, I've had the opportunity to work with the football team there. My sister, who I am the guardian of, she went to Piper High School and she graduated from there. We hosted a combine at Dynasty where we had over 80 athletes or so participate, which was free for all, athletes or all kids within the Wyandotte community. And yeah, it's just been a blessing to be a part of what they're doing at Dynasty, really developing these athletes, not just from a physical standpoint, but from a mental standpoint, as it's been, tremendous for me to know what it takes to really build someone up, having gone through experiences that I've experienced growing up in Chicago and getting my education and going, taking a risk. Me and my sister came here in 2018, started our lives completely over. And, Larson and the people at Dynasty, they accepted us with open arms, and we've been able to do a lot of great things. And I'm extremely thankful for that, and thankful to be a part of the community.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for sharing your story.
No problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Simona. I reside from 23437 West 87 Terrace. I am Coach P's wife. So I am the founder of Biomotives, and I'm also a sports recovery specialist that works beside No Limit Fitness and also Dynasty. As a sports recovery specialist, my role is to help prevent injuries and optimize performance and recover efficiently so they can continue to play the sport that they love. A little about me, I was born and raised in Wyandotte County. My roots, they reside here. My former high school is actually down the street, so go Sabres. I come from a family of dedicated community leaders who have served in the government and also education and law enforcement here in this community. Growing up in Wyandotte County, I really never had the access to the type of opportunities that Dynasty and our partners are now providing. which is huge. And both my husband and I, and also Dynasty, we also work alongside Dynasty to bridge the gap for young athletes. And we offer, anywhere from skill development, sports performance, mental fitness, which is also another coach that's from Wyandotte County as well. And these resources, I wish I had this as an athlete. I probably would be dominating the court like these girls over here. But God had different plans for us. So we both have actively engaged with the Turner Middle School and high school, bringing life-changing opportunities to the community. Last year, like he mentioned before, we did host over 80 kids at Dynasty, and they allowed us to use the gym for the combine. And we not only did the combine, but we also provided free nutrition for them, just kind of educating them on how to take care of their bodies holistically. I will say there was a little pushback with the Turner District because we had to kind of go through a little hoops with that, but that kind of set us a little back. But all in all, we still are dedicated with the mission that Dynasty has, No Limit has, and we just want to continue to keep pouring into these ladies. Our work is more than just sports. It's a ministry built on goals, principles, which is guidance, organization, accountability, legacy, and support. And we truly just want to do what God has blessed us and called us to do, and is nurturing these ladies to be able to give them the opportunity that we didn't have ourselves. So
Great. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
My name is Bill Host. Live at 6650 Oak Grove Road, Kansas City, Kansas, and the vice president of the neighborhood, Morris Neighborhood Watch. So I might expand a little bit on what you talked about earlier, but I learned that this group does not give up. They send messages that they wanted to meet with the group to learn the neighborhood and to find any issues that are going on. And it seemed like we meet every Thursday, and every Thursday we met, it was below zero. So we kept moving the date down, and they kept moving their schedule around so that they could meet with us. So we met, they come put a presentation up, and we had our chili supper. We have every February, we have our chili supper. So that was our night. So they brought chili, and they was just part of the group. So it's a great bunch of people. But they also spent an hour after the presentation visiting with the neighbors and finding out any issues they have that they could help with. So it's a good bunch of people. Would hate to see another vacant building in Wyandotte County, but most of our business up and down Holiday Drive is dump trucks and tractor trailers, and people in the meeting, they say, what can we do about all these dump trucks and stuff on Holiday Drive? And I said, if there wasn't for dump trucks and and tractor trailers, we wouldn't have any business on Holiday Drive. So, but besides the people at Dynasty, they just drive foreign cars and SUVs, so they don't tear up our streets. So, but anyway, I remember when they moved in, they put up a sign out on Gibbs Road that said, glad to be members of this great community. And I think they're trying to be. Thanks for your listening.
No problem. Thank you. I'm going to get back with you on that chili supper, though. I'd like to know the next time you're going to have that. The next time you have that chili supper, I might be there. All right. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Steve Redmond. I almost forgot my address, sorry. 6101 Northwest 78th Street, Kansas City, Missouri, 64151. My friend from across the state line. Thank you for your time this evening, everybody here. I'm a father of 3 girls at Dynasty, so we're really cutting into my bedtime right now, but I'm gonna keep it pushing. So I'm a father of 3 girls. They're over here somewhere I can't see. But I'm also the owner and executive director of Cornerstone Athletics, which is an organization that's designed to help young athletes grow in their faith and use their platform for sports for honoring the Lord and having a positive impact in their own circles. 4 years ago, Brian Larson and I, or I guess over the 4 years we met, we've developed a strong relationship. I would say that we're friends, but I am also a quiet thorn in his side. Um, we constantly talk about how Dynasty could be better. And not just better at volleyball, but better in all the ways. I'm a guy that my life was changed by sport. I don't come from much of anything. If you look at me on paper, and sport was something that gave me an opportunity to change my life. So it means a lot to me. And any leaders in sport, I feel have an obligation or responsibility to help other young athletes do that. So we've had countless conversations about business infrastructure, coaching, and athletic development. We've talked about how to engage our external and internal communities more, and also seeing sports as a ministry field. So I can tell you, even though you don't know me very well, when he said that, I was sure to hold him to it. And we have aligned thinking on sports and volleyball as a ministry, and we began tinkering with ideas, on how to maximize that, and how what I do can blend into the Dynasty organization. Those conversations have led to young ladies being exposed to the Word of God through Bible studies, prayer groups before tournaments, and we even did an Easter service Easter in Chicago, where we had over 100 members, not just from Dynasty, but other clubs join in. And we had plans for more this fall, but we had to address the concerns of our neighbors with the traffic issues. When that came up, myself, some other dads from Dynasty and other coaches, we formed a little team to help monitor the parking lot. Even though they were doing the company that was going to do it on their own parking thing, we felt that if we have a problem in the community, we should try to solve it ourselves as well. I'm a very big believer of a measure of any great community or team or organization is accountability from the inside out. So we put that team together. We monitored the parking lot. We gave information on what it looked like, helped regulate the traffic, and was doing everything that we could to be better neighbors to the community, because quite honestly, that's something that I believe in. And since the implementation of that traffic plan, our community has responded promptly, and not just because of their invested interest in Dynasty for their kids, but to also be respectful of the community that we're in. We'll continue to monitor and regulate the parking and traffic to the best of our ability. The guys that we've done that with, the coaches that we've done that with, have already said whatever we need to do to help make sure that's enforced, and that's going to be a staple of us delivering on our word. We'll do it. These young athletes have been blessed. Dynasty is one of the—
Sir, you're hitting your time. You want to, that's okay. You can go ahead and finish up, just as long as it's going to be quick.
Dynasty is one of the best clubs in the country. They've been touted as having some of the best coaches and leaders in the country. And I would just like to ask that you consider this statement when you make your recommendation for these young ladies to enjoy the benefits of an experience like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, how are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Your Honor. Okay. Randy Van S, 4601 North 140.
It only goes so far.
4601 North 142nd, Baser, Kansas. So I kind of sat here tonight talking about three different things as a parent, as a coach, and as a partner with Brian Larson and Karen and Brad and the facility and kind of what's moving with Dynasty. I do have a daughter that plays for Dynasty. She's my youngest of 5, and all my other kids were basketball players. And when she got this crazy hair to play volleyball, we explored the world of what that would be, and it became Dynasty. As soon as she went in there, just the community of what it was, and for me personally, where I grew up and kind of the background I came from, I love the community that it's in. I love the old school gym and stuff that it's in. I'm a blue collar. We grew up blue collar, union workers. We work for what we got. I want my daughter to grow up still knowing that. That's how you pace yourself in life. So it met all the criteria for us at that. With that being said, it looks like, it feels like, and unfortunately it smells like a gym, right? So it brings all that dynamics in if you're ever been to sports and kind of the old school of what it was. What they're doing there, Brian is probably one of the biggest, it's not a corporate feel. Probably, I would say 80% of the parents there are involved in some sort, from being the shagging at practice with balls, working with setting up community stuff with their kids, doing that. It is the involvement is, and isn't just a kid, it's a family involvement when you're there. The player isn't the only one. So it's building that family relationship even more. With that being said, me personally, like I stated a few minutes ago, kind of growing up from a single family or single parent family, I had a lot given to me to give me the opportunity to play sports. About 10 years ago, I developed what's called a Youth Sports Scholarship Fund. And I was real big in Leavenworth County. That's where I gave a lot of that money out to. And within the last 2 years, I've shifted it to Wyandotte with Larson and the Dynasty. So what we do there is we spend about $20,000, $25,000 a year. I buy equipment, I buy uniforms, I pay for kids to go to tournaments. And like I said, that's the giving back of what we do. But if they weren't the community partners that I think they were and who they are, I wouldn't be involved in that. But me and my wife made that shift to let's take what we work hard to do and all the fundraising we do, and let's take that through the Dynasty. So that directly reflects with Wyandotte. And Brian knows, he's told me before, hey, can you help this kid? Can you do this? Absolutely, that's what we're there for. So that's the partnership there. And I'll quickly wrap this up so we can get going. But one other thing, I work for Evergy, formerly KCP&L. I do a lot of work with BPU, Mike Fergus and Terry Tomer and those guys up there. So when the lights were first put in, there was a lot of, when they got those put in, we were trying to get those lights. We found out quickly, hey, they're an issue, right? Unfortunately, the time frame that hit of when they were in, there was about 25 storms that we clarify as a storm system. We couldn't get the contractors back out there. BPU, unfortunately, is not going to come out and worry about 9 lights when they have outages and stuff. So trying to get that done was really big. Steve, that was up here earlier, myself, our kids with Brian and other people in the Dynasty community went around, talked to a ton of people, trying to figure out what's those issues, what the lights were one of them. So we remedied these as quick as we could. And I know it may not have been as fast as what people wanted, but BPU could only respond as quick as they could. I could have went up and messed with this stuff, but that's not the standard of how it is. So they did a good job. And if you don't work in that industry, you don't understand, the steps it takes. So one thing I did want to read, quick email that we received from a neighbor who was probably one of the main ones who said, hey, these lights they're not jiving, man. They're terrible for us. So she sent this, and I'll just read it real quick. It says, to whom it may concern, I just wanted to let the commission know that my family and I live right next door to Dynasty Volleyball. My husband's family has lived here since the 1990s and in the Morris area since the late 70s. We had a few minor issues early on with the sand volleyball lights being on 24 hours and shining in our bedroom windows at night. Additionally, had some erratic driving from athletes' parents. And on 2 occasions, we had someone drive up the hill between Dynasty and our house and down our side yard to exit the parking lot. I know that Dynasty has since had conversations with their athletes and their families to treat our neighborhood as their own. I appreciate that. This has been a big help. Dynasty has since remedied this lighting situation, and the staggering of practice times has helped the traffic flow. I think having both the gates now open, it also helps with traffic flow. We as neighbors obviously want good neighbors, and I believe Dynasty is achieving that now. When Dynasty first opened, my husband helped a few people in the parking lot that needed jump starts, etc., and was happy to do so. Our son was a 3-sport competitive athlete and played college baseball before becoming a police officer. We know the importance of sports for children and support completely. Like I said, Dynasty has been responsive to our concerns and regularly reach out to me wanting feedback about additional concerns, and we have not had any. My husband appreciates the old Morse Elementary School is benefiting children still to this day. He attended Morse Elementary and has many fond memories of playing baseball in the back. Thank you, Amy, Willman, Patient Access Supervisor, St. Luke's Physician Group. With that said, all I would do is state if you could please, move forward with approving the SUP. I think it would be definitely the best thing for not just Wyandotte, but for the community itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
My name's Ellie Bain, and my address is 5412 Round Prairie Street, Shawnee, Kansas. I'm a freshman at Mill Valley High School, and I'm also a player at Dynasty Volleyball. Dynasty's been part of my life since I was 9 years old, and it feels like my second home. Every time I walk into Dynasty, I know so many people there because it has just built such a big family environment, and we've all gotten so close. I've made so many amazing friendships there and memories that will last me for a lifetime that I wouldn't have made otherwise. Dynasty's given me some great life skills like leadership and confidence. If we were to lose Dynasty at this spot, we would not just be losing a volleyball club, we would be losing a volleyball family and I would be losing a part of myself that loves to come to Dynasty every day. This is what Dynasty means to me, and that is why I'm asking you to extend Dynasty's special use permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I am Layla Bain, and my address is 5412 Round Prairie Street, Shawnee, Kansas. I am on Dynasty 12 Black, and I want to talk about why Dynasty should stay and how much it means to me. Dynasty isn't just a volleyball or a group. It's a family. I've had so many amazing experiences and met so many of my best friends. It taught me to believe in myself, have confidence, and know that I can do challenging things. Dynasty is like a second home to me. Losing Dynasty wouldn't just mean losing volleyball, it would mean losing a big part of my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Taryn Rimlo, and I live at 11531 Rose Hill Road. And I wanted to share how Dynasty has impacted my life and is a passion for me. I've been at Dynasty for 6 years, and I met my best friends there. Dynasty is a second home to me and has provided me a place to push my love for the game and develop as a volleyball player and a person. I have learned how to advocate for myself, be a leader, and overcome adversity. Without Dynasty providing this space, I don't know who I would be today. I'm thankful for the coaches, staff, and as well as the players and parents that have positively impacted my life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good
Thank you
evening.
so much for taking time. I know as we go through these issues, I appreciate your public service and to listening to all of our opinions. So thank you very much. I want to share with you the importance
What's your
of
name and address, please?
Oh, Kelly Protzman, 26590 West 109th Street, Olathe, Kansas, 66061. I want to share with you the importance of Dynasty to the local community. My girls started getting involved there about 3 years ago. And from the minute they arrived, it became a family and a safe environment. Dynasty not only develops top-tier athletes, which is extremely important, but it develops character. Each team is asked to not only build their skills, but impact the community in a positive way. For example, just recently, our kids made dog beds, dozens of them, to take to a local pet shelter in the area. I grew up right in this area. Although I don't live there now, I grew up in KCK, Shawnee, and Lenexa. I attended St. Joseph Grade School just across the county line. Frankly, we moved out of KCK and moved off to K10 because I wasn't sure what it would offer my family anymore. Well, I'm eating crow now because Dynasty has brought us back. We drive 25 minutes at least 3 times a week for practices. When we come to practice, we buy groceries, we buy gas, and we adventure into an area that I had left and I grew up in. We have looked at homes recently in the area and see a huge potential for families and revitalization coming there. And I absolutely love that. To give you a little bit of background on my personal story, my great-grandparents and grandparents settled in this exact area from Belgium, and they built huge produce farms on County Line Road. And I believe that Dynasty plays a key role in the future of this area. It brings young families to an area that they would have not ventured to. And it brings a lot of tax dollars to an area that could easily slip into an industrial wasteland with lots of semis, huge truck traffic, and poorly maintained properties.
And foreign cars.
And foreign cars. I understand that cars coming in and out, honestly, can carry an extra load on the street. No one can debate that. But I think it's about weighing this singular con against the pros of having Dynasty there, not only for these kids, for me, but for the city and the area itself. The volleyball club creates extra tax dollars, and it brings in a lot of local spending. Let me tell you how many times when we have a 2.5-hour practice that I drive and go buy things at the Legends and at Aldi's and at Sam's. It's almost weekly. And by removing Dynasty, you would put an extra tax burden on the city and the county. Dynasty beautifully maintains this old school and property. Walk around it. I do a lot of times during practices. Letting it go vacant would mean the lights went out, but it also would allow for undesirable activity and a lack of daily oversight of this aging property. For those opposed to Dynasty, my main questions would be two things. If this property goes vacant, what do you think will happen there? And would you rather a building be filled with healthy children learning to work as a team or potentially unsavory activity? I respectfully ask that as you guys look at this entire picture, that you consider not just the opinion of one or two, but the 400 or 500 families that are coming there for great things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you all my last three?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Lacey Jinks, 12066 West Street, Overland Park, Kansas. Good evening, members of the board, neighbors and family, or friends and family. My name is Lacey Jinks, and I'm here as a mother, a chauffeur, a cheerleader for my kids and their teammates, snack provider, a coach, and so much more. My family is also a potential incoming resident to Wyandotte County, and I'm a previous business owner in KCK. If I had to drop a pin on where my life happens, it wouldn't be my house. It would be at Dynasty. I have 2 daughters who play for the club, so I'm there almost every day, sometimes 7 days a week. And before you worry, no, I don't have a bed stashed somewhere in the back yet, but I have folded laundry in the parking lot, taken business calls from the family room, and eaten way too many dinners in my car while waiting for practice to end than I care to admit. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Because Dynasty is so much more than a building, it is a home. It's where my daughters have learned not just how to set, pass, and serve, but how to lead, how to fail with grace, and how to fight for what they want, whether it's a spot on the court or in life. It's where friendships have been built, not just for them, but for me too. I've hugged friends in celebration and held them in heartbreak. I've watched kids tackle homework, band together when a teammate is injured, and deliver Valentine's Day cards to nursing home residents in the community just to bring a smile. It's where we celebrate birthdays, where we pray together, where we laugh, cry, and live our lives. And beyond these walls, Dynasty gives back. Our coaches and players volunteer within the community at Turner Elementary, getting to know young athletes and teachers who might one day be a part of the club. We raise scholarship money so that kids who dream of playing but can't afford it still have a chance. We mentor, we serve, and we show up. I understand the concerns of the neighborhood, I really do. We want the roads leading here to be safe. We want to be good neighbors. Because this isn't just where our kids train, it's where they live their lives. And as parents, we are invested in protecting and respecting this place because it means everything to us. So tonight, I'm asking you not to see Dynasty as just a sports facility, but as a home for so many families like mine. A place that is shaping strong, confident, hardworking young women, teaching them lessons that will stay with them long after they play their last match, turning out future leaders and business owners in our communities. Dynasty isn't just a building, it's where our kids grow up. Thank you for your time and your consideration and for letting me share a glimpse into what Dynasty truly means to so many families, including mine.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Corinne Gibbs. My address is 8623 Northeast 100 Terrace, Kansas City, Missouri. To me, Dynasty is more than just a place to play volleyball. It's a family where we build friendships, make memories, and support each other. I love this club because it's my second home, where I've met amazing people and grown as a person. Shutting it down would take away a vital part of our lives and the joy it brings to so many of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Allie Young, and my address is 9540 North Kentucky Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri. I play on Dynasty 12-1, and Dynasty is like my second home, a place where I feel safe, supported, and truly happy. My teammates are like family, always lifting me up and pushing me to be a better person. This club has given me confidence, strength, and memories I'll never forget. Without it, I'd lose more than just a sport. I'd lose a part of myself. Shutting it down would take away a place that means so much to me and so many more. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all. At this time, we'll move to anyone who is opposed and would like to speak. Please come forward. Thank you for your patience.
This ought to be a lot of fun. I'm Jim Seals. I live at 7135 Gibbs, right across the street from Dynasty. I'm kind of going to go off script a little bit. I feel a little resentful that people think that because Dynasty is there, if it wasn't there, our community would just be full of derelicts and stuff living there. We live in a community that takes care of our neighborhood, and we're not in the middle of nowhere. We're a community. When we started out, I was all for this, and I'm still for it. But there's only 14 teams, and it was a practice facility. And we thought our neighborhood can handle that. And now there's 44 teams. And you had a wonderful crowd that stood up. A lot of people stood up, and everybody was impressed with that. That's a small amount of people that go there every night. That's not much of that's 20% maybe of those more people go every night. They're over there. And they're all good kids. I'm not knocking that. But most of them aren't from what you would consider our community, unless you consider our community Leewood and Olathe and Lenexa. Most of the kids that go there, and that's not even part of the equation. But most of the kids are from not our neighborhood, that's for sure. An earlier petitioner who was sitting back here was trying to get the housing deal going. 237 houses on, I'm sure, several blocks. And one of the big concerns was traffic. We got way more than that on one street all the time. It's not every night we have 500 people. There's about 500 people, I'm sure, that go there on a regular basis between the athletes and the staff and the parents. And it's not every night, but it's consistent. And it's hard. We have 17-foot wide roads, 17 foot. And you talk about all these SUVs, they don't like my truck very much. And they let me be known about that more than once. Most of all our problems could be solved, and we've talked about this already tonight, with an entrance off of Holiday Drive. I'm not against Dynasty. I'm against the traffic. And I'm against, you've got a sand volleyball courts that they say only 2 people, play on a team and that kind of thing. That'd make a nice parking lot. You don't have to have sand volleyball to do what they're doing over there. They could do it inside and not necessarily reach out to the sand volleyball people. They're probably not going to go to college on a sand volleyball scholarship. I don't know that for sure, but at a neighborhood watch meeting, one of the owners, I asked about the entrance off Holiday Drive. And we talked about it for a short period of time. And then the neighborhood watch leader said, okay, that's enough of that question. I never got the answer, and Brian's, I'm sure, a nice guy, but he told me, it's the chicken which was first, they had to get a loan. And to get a loan, you have to have a 10-year commitment by the city. It's hard to get a loan without that, which I understand. And he talked about the chicken or the egg. And then their lawyer talked about the chicken or the egg. My history in looking at people like this is once you've got the chicken, you quit worrying about the eggs because they're going to come. And I'd like to put a stipulation that I propose like they have already done, a 2-year good faith extension but not to get a plan to put an entrance, but to put an entrance in. 2 years is enough time to put an entrance in and have it be an automatic 8-year extension. Once that entrance is in, you got another 8 years for sure. And probably as long as you want, because we're not gonna oppose it if they come off a Holiday Drive. And, you know, Bill talked about the only thing is business is down there on Holiday Drive is trucks and the semis parked down there. Well, you're darn right. And I hope the planning commission stops that too. We didn't move out there to be a parking lot for the trucks, and we didn't move out there to be crowded off our streets. I've been out there for about 40 years, and I love Morris. And a lot of people in Kansas City, Kansas don't even know where Morris is. But the people who live there, we know where Morris is. And it's not in the middle of nowhere. It's where our heart is, and we plan on staying there. But we can't continue growing like this and having our roads just so narrow every night. They say they come in from east or west. It's all the same street. No matter which way you come in, it's the same street every time. And I would jump on their bandwagon if you propose a 2-year time limit to get a road in. It's not that big a deal. I built a house up the road from there on Wood End Avenue, and I went down a good 100 feet and came back up, and I put a log cabin in the back of this land. It can be done. And I did it a lot cheaper than what they're talking about. It's not, bulldozers can do a lot of work. And I don't believe that it costs $750,000 or anything like that just to put an access into a property. They need to get other bids. But I'd appreciate you thinking of us and our community if you could, that I know I'm one person, it's because all the people have gotten worn out coming to these meetings. They don't come anymore. They get tired of it. It gets gone on and on.
I'm tired of it sometimes, sir.
Yeah, I'll bet you are.
I'm getting tired tonight.
I'll bet. Yeah, I was tired going through that list. It was a wonderful speeches, or talks from everybody, and I applaud all of them. But let's get a road on Holiday Drive, and this will all go away.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else want to speak in opposition? Anyone online? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hannah to get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for renewal for a volleyball training facility. This would be their 4th approval, 3rd renewal. This is in the planned KCK area in the Morris neighborhood. Staff received letters in support, letters in opposition. There was that NOV that was mentioned a couple of times tonight for the parking on the grass. Staff recommends approval for 2 years with conditions.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? All right, seeing no questions, I will stand for a motion when ready.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I move to approve special use permit 2024-057 for 2 years, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
All right, thank you. Motion for approval made of special use application 2024-057 by Commissioner Ward. Is there a second? Commissioner Strauss, is that a second?
It is.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on the motion?
I do want to ask on the discussion of this motion, can we add that at the end of the 2 years, there has to be a plan for a road from the Holiday Drive, in that for when they come back for renewal, we at least have a hard plan and maybe a groundbreaking ceremony. I don't know. I can't say that, but just can we add something that relates to we're talking about that, but they need 10 years.
Motion's been made, and there is a second. So the motion does not include any of that. Is that a suggestion? Is that something you'd like for the developer to think about? Or do you want something, do you want Mr. or Commissioner Ward to make, or you want to make an amendment to that motion?
Yeah, I would ask Commissioner Ward to make an amendment in the discussion, but if not, that's fine. I mean,
You can make an amendment and we can see where your amendment goes. But you're seconding the motion as it was stated by Commissioner Ward, correct?
Yes.
Are you wanting to make an amendment to that motion?
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to that motion that at the end of that 2 years, we have a concrete plan for an ingress off of Holiday Drive.
All right, there's been an amendment to the motion made by Commissioner Strauss for a plan to have ingress into the development off of Holiday Drive at the time of renewal. Is there a second for the amendment? Commissioner Armstrong?
I'll second that amendment.
All right, is there discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, we're going to vote on the amendment. This is on the amendment only.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
I'm very pleased, but I'm going to vote no.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Amendment moves 7-1.
All right, so the revised amendment will be for approval of special use application 2024-057 with the amendment that at the end of the 2-year period at renewal, the developer brings some sort of proposal back for ingress from Holiday Drive. Okay, any discussion on the motion as amended? Roll call, please.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Nay.
Jones,
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
All right, this will be heard once again on March 27th before the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you all for your time, attendance, testimony, and your patience this evening. You're going to hurt my feelings by leaving, though, because now I know your real reason for being here. You bet.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2024-097. Miriam Marquez with Ruiz Mechanics, special use permit for an auto body shop at 824 South 7th Street. The following items were included as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision or regulations. The official zoning map for the area in question. The city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question. The staff report and attachments dated March 10th, 2025. The application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file. The notice of the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Do any commissioners have any contacts to disclose regarding this application?
No. Okay, Ms. Marquez, are you in the audience? Miriam Marquez.
If it's okay, Commissioner, I can do this one.
How about we move it on to the end? Let's speed it along for the people that showed up.
Okay. The next application is special use permit application SP 2024-111, Tatum Phillip, renewal of a special use permit SP 2023-061 expired in 12/14/2024 to operate a short-term rental at 809 Central Avenue. The following items were included as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated March 10th, 2025, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Are there any commissioners that had any contact to disclose for this application?
No. I'm sorry, Commissioner Jones?
Oh.
No contact? Okay, there we go. Okay, Tatum Phillips, I have you unmuted, please, or queued up, ready to go. If you'd unmute, and please give us your name and address. Tell us what you'd like to do.
Hi, this is Tatum Phillip. I live at 701 Berkeley Parkway in Kansas City, Missouri. I am looking to renew my short-term rental permit to continue my Airbnb at this property at 809 Central. I have gotten my business license. I was seen for the variance on the driveway issue. And yeah, if you have any other questions, I am a single mother, and this business has helped me get through this year. I'm also a realtor, but I'm at this business more than I am working in real estate. And if it wasn't for this property this year, I don't know what I would have done, because it helped me get through this year of just a really rough year of business. So it's a major blessing for me and my daughter, and I would love to continue operating it.
All right, thank you. Just one quick question. Your expiration was in December. Can you just explain why you allowed this very important piece of your income to expire?
Yes, so when they sent out the email to get the letters sent out, I had, I believe, 5 days to get those written and sent out to every person, and it was during the blizzard. I was also in the middle of moving myself, so I moved in December, and again, I'm a single mother of a 4-year-old. I take care of her mostly by myself. It was just too short a notice to get all those letters done and to meet the deadlines. So I only had a 5-day notice to get those letters out during the blizzard and a move.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, please come forward or raise your hand if you're online. Seeing no one, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this case was heard in conjunction with BOZA 2024-039 for open space in the rear yard that was approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals earlier this evening at 50%. This is a special use permit for a short-term rental. It would be the first renewal, second approval. This is in the central area plan. Staff has received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There is an NOV. Again, as noted previously, for trash, which has been rectified. Staff was recommending denial due to the not meeting the previous conditions of approval, which were met by the BOZA case earlier this evening. We do have conditions of approval if need be. Our conditions of approval are for another 1 year at 5 people, max 2 cars off street. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Gunnar. So your original recommendation was for denial because what the driveway situation was brought up and was an issue from the previous SUP, correct?
That is correct.
And it was not addressed.
Correct.
Obviously, because we're here tonight. Okay, so let me move on from that stupid question to maybe a better one. So what's the time frame for getting this one taken care of and the follow-up to make sure that does get done?
Related to the driveway, all variances have 6 months to be met before that variance is moot by our zoning ordinance. So
And at that time, will the special use permit be moot?
No, it would put them basically in legal nonconformance, and then the special use permit would be addressed potentially at 1 year if you wanted to move forward. Typically with special use permits, we wait for them to come back for renewal to address, to make sure all conditions of approval were met.
Well, it hasn't been met once, so what are the odds that we're going to get it met the second time?
We hope better.
Well, we can hope in one hand and in the other hand and see which one fills up faster. I know that's a terrible analogy, but I mean, here we are. When was the first permit? Was it 2 years ago? Or was it 1 year?
It was approximately 2 years ago.
All right, so it's been 2 years and we haven't got it done. So now we're doing 1 year.
It's been 1 year and a few months since the last and first approval. That approval required within 6 months to address the rear yard. It didn't get addressed until they came back for renewal and applied for the BOZA.
Well, it hasn't been addressed. It's just only been addressed by way of the BOZA.
Correct. It still needs to be.
But it was
real world
discussed and
corrected.
it was part of the original conditions and it was not done.
That is correct.
All right, so failure to follow instructions and compliance with the original permit.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Other questions for, wait a minute, where am I? I'm with staff, yes, I'm sorry. Other questions for staff?
Yeah, I just had a comment on that too, is because there was other conditions for denial here with the advertising for more people. Then they were allowed 6 people, but it says the advertisement was for 10 people and an egress window in the lower level that wasn't done from the original.
Yes, that's why that's another reason why we recommend denial.
so-
All the things in the, typically well, those code requires a, property inspection, and then staff typically requires all of the things noted in that inspection to be addressed as a part of a conditions of approval, which was the case previously. And those also, some of those have also not been met.
Okay, so these go back stipulations that weren't met from the first.
The original one, yes.
Okay.
All right. Commissioner Easterwood, did you have a comment, question?
I was going to ask if the compliance period was 6 months, could the limit on the special use permit be limited to 6 months?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. The Planning Commission can make an approval for a special use permit any duration they see fit. So yes.
With the stipulation that all conditions are met within that 6-month period. We can make that stipulation as well.
That is a standard condition currently in the conditions of approval, yes.
But enforceable.
It would, again, it would be enforceable because if they didn't do it and they came back for renewal in 6 months and it wasn't done, we'd tell you.
All right. There we go. So, all right. Thank you. Commissioner Easterwood, did that take care of your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for Director Hand? All right. Seeing none, I will stand for a motion when ready. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve special use permit 2024-111, subject to staff stipulations and comments and approval for only 6 months.
All right, thank you. A motion for approval of special use application 2024-111 for a period of 6 months made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call, please.
Straws.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Armstrong.
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Easterwood.
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0.
All right, thank you. This will be heard once again on March 27th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
All right, the next item on the agenda is special use permit 2025-003. Apologize. Henry Calhoun, home occupation special use permit to operate a landscaping business at 11525 Parkview Avenue. Following items were included as part of the record for this case: the city's current adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated March 10th, 2025, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Have any commissioners had any context to disclose for this application?
No.
Mr. Calhoun, yes, please give us your name and address and tell us what you'd like to do here.
My name is Henry Calhoun Jr. I live at 11525 Parkview Avenue, 66109. I'm asking for a special use permit just to be able to put my equipment inside of the garage, nothing outside. I'm building a brand new garage, which is gonna cost me right at $100,000 to add on to the $40,000 that we spent since we've been there since August. I have broke any rules. Personally, I feel like I shouldn't be here because they said I had a complaint and I've done nothing. Nobody complained about anything that I've done because I've done nothing wrong. I followed all the rules. When I found out it was an HOA, and this is something I didn't know when I moved in there because everybody lied to us. The realtor lied, the people that sold it, which they were policemen, the title company did not find it. So I'm moving in, spending $625,000 at the mercy that I would have found somewhere else that I could keep my stuff inside. I've been in business, in the lawn business for over 20 years. And I've had license every year, insurance. I've never had a complaint. I work for Unified Government Housing Authority, and I also work for Samuel Rogers over in Kansas City, Missouri. We're not a landscaping company. We are maintenance line. In other words, we don't do anything. Nobody comes to our house to sell anything. There's nobody coming to our house. There's nobody soliciting or doing anything. And I just want to put my stuff inside my garage. And I want to pull out and go to work. I'm 77 years old, and this keeps me functioning, going, that I can still survive and be healthy as I am at 77, and I hope to go to 80. But in order for me, the other house I had at 64 Freeman, I was there for 40 years, and all my kids live in Piper, so we moved out to Piper. I didn't move in the neighborhood to take anybody's property down. And when I found out it was an HOA, I followed every rule it was. When I got ready to apply for the garage, I had an architect drawing. I brought it before the neighbors before that, and they voted on it, and they passed it if Unified Government would pass it. Unified Government has passed the drawing for me to build my garage. I'm not coming down here trying to take anything away from anybody's property, because my garage, it enhanced the property. At the prices being built there, it enhances it. It don't take nothing away from it. I'm not trying to fringe on anybody. I am happy to come from my neighborhood, First Street to 115th. And I like to live a happy life. But it's been miserable when I found out that I was in an HOA and I didn't know it when I came, and I didn't find out till I got there. But ever since I've been there, I followed every rule that was put to me. I've done nothing wrong. I kept my lawnmower that I leave the house in my garage. And here lately, I found out that somebody complained about my truck, which my truck has a snowplow on it, but it's only dressed up for 3 months out of a year. That's my living. And then we take it down and we take the stuff off. It's my regular truck. I'm not trying to come out there and get under anybody's skin. I just like to live in peace. That's why I do everything according to the law. And believe me, I've had a lot of sleepless nights by living out there, but I do have some neighbors that believe in what I'm doing. They're here to represent what I'm saying. We had an HOA vote, and the neighbors passed it because they see what I'm trying to do. And my family is the only one would come in and out the garage. I have no employees. There's nobody coming to the house to get in the truck. Nobody's leaving the car. They're in the yard or nothing like that. I'm a one-man gang. My son helps me in the lawn service, but he has his own company. See what I'm saying? So we're not trying to take anything away. I just want to be able to put my stuff inside. I just want to get in my truck and go to work, come home. And I tried to help the neighborhood by pushing some of the snow off, but that was too early in the morning. So I guess that's the only complaint I ever had, by pushing the snow too early in the morning, trying to help it's only 6 people in our cul-de-sac. The lady behind us, she voted with us. She called and talked to me and voted with us. I have a couple people in my neighborhood, they don't agree with it, but they also in the HOA. And one lady said she didn't care what I wanted. She's not gonna vote for me. That's Miss Scotty. And the other neighbors, I think they would be all right because they seem to be all right. And I just want to get along. And I'm not here to hurt nobody or take nothing away from nobody. It's the American dream, and I like to have some of it. Thank you.
All right, hang on 1 second. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, just 1 second. You had your neighborhood meeting, right? You had a neighborhood meeting with your neighbors?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And there's no equipment that sits out now, is that correct?
Only my truck that's got the snow plow on it. That's the only thing that sits out.
Is that just a regular sized truck? It's not some big truck,
Yeah,
right?
it's a 250 regular Ford truck, and the blade comes off of it, everything dismantled, and it goes back to my truck. It's a backup for the little truck I drive. I drive a little bitty Dodge Dakota 05 to pull a trailer around. One trailer, one machine. I just want to put it inside. I want my stuff inside. I don't want it sitting outside. When I stayed at 64-1 Freeman, it was sitting outside, but it was sitting inside of a fence, you know? So I'm just asking that people would see this like it is, and I don't understand the complaints. I'll be honest with you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open up the public portion of the meeting. Anyone want to speak in favor? Okay, go ahead and step forward and give us your name and address, please.
Chuck Colbert, 11530 Parkview Avenue. I reside directly across from Mr. and Mrs. Calhoun. I've got to tell you that they have been nothing but an asset to our six-family cul-de-sac since they moved in back in August. Once Mr. Calhoun and Mrs. Calhoun determined that we did in fact have an HOA, they have made absolutely every attempt possible to comply with the requirements of that HOA. To include the requirement for a special use permit for his business to continue. He is a one-man business. In our cul-de-sac, we're primarily professionals or retired. My wife and I are both retired military. Everyone else are either professionals or are professionals in one degree or another. In our end of the cul-de-sac, which is the west end, that comprises myself and my wife, directly across, as I mentioned. Next to us in the end of the cul-de-sac are two nurses who value their sleep considerably. They work 12 on, 12 off. They could not be here tonight because they're both working. Next to them, a fireman and his wife, a finance professional with two grade school children. They also value the quietness of the neighborhood and whatnot. I can tell you that in the 8 months that they've been there, or rather since August, noise is not an issue. His driveway is on the west end, as it is today. We are the ones that would hear that. We don't. He does not start his machinery at home, except his truck and to pull his trailer. That's it. The building permit that he has for his new garage will be on the east side, and he will then be able to put his truck and his snowplow inside that building. Now, I've read over the code requirements. I believe that there is a fail-safe in there that he is not allowed to have employees with the special use permit other than his immediate family members living at the home with him. He is a one-man business. He's not going to have any other employees. We have no problem with that. Our HOA did vote in accordance with the terms of our HOA agreement. The vote was 4-2 in favor of his special use permit application, recognizing that UGYCO, the Planning and Urban Development Commission, has to approve, obviously, that special use permit. We're in favor of it. Our HOA declaration states that any action taken whereby a majority members vote in favor of that action, it is the same as if all members voted in favor of that action. It says it in black and white. It's filed, it's on record. We did vote, the vote was 4-2, and we fully support this request on his part. I simply can't say enough about the value that they have added to our cul-de-sac. We just appreciate them, and we'd appreciate y'all's support.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Eileen Colbert. I live at 11530 Parkview Avenue. And as you can tell, I am the second half of this joint I would like to echo what my husband has just said, as well as I would like to reiterate that I am the chairman of the HOA and that I would like to verify that the vote has been, as he has stated, and was done on 17 November of 2024. And I appreciate your time. And as he said, we appreciate Calhoun's, and we hope that you vote in favor of his special use permit.
All right,
Thank you very much.
thank you. And I would argue the better half of that team. Hey, it's your honor. Tonight is your honor. Yes, sir.
How you doing? My name
Good.
is Jamar Calhoun. I stay at 12722 Sloan Avenue. I am Henry Calhoun's son. I'm just here to basically say, so as my dad was saying, he runs a line service. I as well run one as well. I help him out occasionally on projects, but I'm not an employee of his. He is a one-man crew, but he's the reason that I got into, this business, and it's been great for me and my family as well. Basically, the reason he still gets around good is because of his line service, and it's taught me hard work, and it's made me, the person I am, which obviously got me out in the area, running and being able to be profitable, as well as, just being able to support my family in doing this type of business. I would ask that, like, I know previously they were worried about the traffic. There is no traffic. I mean, you'll see me occasionally at the house, but it is my dad's house. My kids come over there, so they might see maybe my truck, but I'm over there primarily, dropping off my kids, because my mother does watch my kids at times. But there's no extra people really coming. And like he said, he puts all his equipment up. If you were just looking from the street, you wouldn't even know he had a lawn service. It's just nothing he just wants to put a garage in there and put his stuff inside. He's always taught me, you never leave your stuff out. You don't invite trouble to your house. So I would ask that you please just give him this to let him finish out the active part he has in his life on being able to do what he loves. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else want to speak in favor? Okay, anybody opposed? We've all sat too long. Oh, thank everyone for their patience. Yes.
Hi, my name is Colleen Ravel, and I wish to talk to oppose the special use permit. This is really hard to do when you have to talk about neighbors and talk against something, because we all like our neighbors, or we hope to like them. My husband and I live at 2918 North 114th Terrace in the Villas of Piper off 115th Street. We've been there for 2 years, and when we were moving in, there's a lovely house on 115th Street at 3008 115th. Beautiful iron gate. It was just gorgeous. And I noticed when the people first moved in, they had like 12 white pickup trucks in their driveway. And I thought, wow, they must have a lot of stuff, friends, or they're getting ready to remodel the house. Well, that wasn't it at all. They own a lawn service. When we come out of our driveway or our entrance to our subdivision and go north, several times we've had to be stopped because they're pulling out with trailers and big trucks. And this happens quite frequently. Bob and I retired a couple of years ago, and we really could have gone anywhere in the city, but we chose to stay in Wyandotte County. mostly because our children have a home just 6 blocks from us, and they have our beloved granddaughter, so we weren't going anywhere. But we chose Wyandotte County because it had affordable housing, the aesthetics that suited us, and good neighborhoods and an HOA. We were happy to have a neighborhood with an HOA. We lived 18 years in the city of Kansas City, and what we lived through was unbelievable with our neighbors doing whatever they wanted to their property. Let's just think of this choice of having a business next door to our home you have invested so much in. A home you want to enjoy, entertain in, a place that will be your sanctuary. That's what we have done and what our son and daughter-in-law have done. A lawn care business is the dream of Mr. and Mrs. Calhoun's, to have it right there in their backyard. And it can be realized, not just there, not in their backyard. There's so much land for sale and parcels of land for sale in Wyandotte County. I feel that they could invest that money that they would in their garage setting into a place that's zoned for business. Also, there's storage units where they can put their equipment. Look at this with common sense. Residential areas are not designed for commercial, and business zones are not for residential areas. There's a reason for this. That's why neighbors in our area choose that place to put their homes. Please vote against this special use permit that is before you. Good night.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Matt Ravel. I live at 11511 Parkview Avenue. I'm here tonight to oppose a special use permit. I'm firmly against allowing the commercial business to operate in our 6-lot R1 zoned cul-de-sac. My house is located directly to the east of Mr. Calhoun's, and we're the most significantly impacted by the special use proposal. We've lived in the residence for almost 8 years, and I've been lived in Wyandotte County since 1995. I've chosen to stay in the area and raise my family here. This proposed business is against the existing nature of our neighborhood, as well as the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. Upon review of the staff report, we completely agree with all the key issues that were brought up. While the HOA ultimately approved the allowance of a special use permit in our neighborhood, the 2 most affected neighbors and closest to the property were firmly against it. Like was stated, there's only 6 residents in our neighborhood, so 1/3 of the people were against it. Mr. Calhoun moved in the neighborhood in July 2024. Since that day, he's been running a landscape and snow removal business out of his house, including storage of equipment without a special use permit. As you can see by the pictures I provided. This has largely negatively impacted my house, property, and family. This includes loud trucks, daily movement of equipment, trucks and trailers parked on the street, commercial snowplow and trucks, sand spreaders stored in direct view in the driveway. We do acknowledge that Mr. Calhoun is allowed to build his garage, and we are not against, we would love to see his business succeed. We're against the location. We don't want it located in the neighborhood. Ever since the beginning of this discussions with him, he's made it abundantly clear the purpose of the outbuilding is to run his commercial business. The building will be located about 25 feet away from your backyard and property line. We've invested a lot of money in our backyard, which includes a swimming pool, putting green, and gazebo. This building and special use permit, we feel will negatively impact the use and enjoyment of our backyard. It will reduce our privacy, increase the noise pollution, trucks moving in and out, increase lighting, which will shine directly into our back master bedroom, increase stormwater runoff, and complete lack of privacy in our backyard. We also feel this proposal will have a lasting negative effect on our property value and the resale of our home in the future. Upon moving into the neighborhood, Mr. Calhoun denied the existence of our neighborhood HOA. He widened his driveway and built a retaining wall on his property without UG permits or HOA approval. Historically, his behavior has shown he does not have any concern for the rules or regulations of the UG or the HOA. So we definitely have concerns that he will not going forward. We attended the neighborhood meeting that the Calhouns hosted. He was unable to answer some of the most basic questions about his business. Number of employees, it's jumped from 0 to 1, and now it might be 2, depending when his son's working. In previous discussions with Mr. Calhoun, he indicated he would be storing the equipment he currently has at his house, multiple other pieces of equipment that he stored elsewhere, as well as possibly some of his son's equipment. When asked about his hours of operation, he stated that it would be 6 a.m. to dusk. Then he revised that when confronted that he had been out running at 3 a.m., his snow plows. So now he tells us it could be 24/7 whenever it snows. I will say Mr. Calhoun does warm up his vehicles early in the morning around 5:30. They're loud. They do wake us up. So according to the staff report, the special use permit will only be valid for 2 years and cannot be renewed. The negative impacts from applying the special use permit will have lasting effects on our property and seems to cause a lot of undue stress on the neighborhood for something that is just a temporary fix. In conclusion, as I stated before, we're completely opposed to the special use permit allowing a commercial business to run in a residential neighborhood. We felt that the UG's R1 zoning and the HOA restrictions were clearly against the commercial occupation and the residential zoning, and feel like those should have protected us from the situation. Each of you are Wyandotte County residents, and I would not want you to have to shoulder the burden of a commercial business next to your home. And I'd hope you would vote against the special use permit so it doesn't fall on me.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public portion of the meeting. Sir, do you want to come back up? We've got some photographs. Can you just comment on the comment regarding, did you have an additional driveway put in your house?
Yes, sir, I did have additional driveway put in. And when I moved in there, I was told there was no HOA. And when I went to put the driveway in and I got started, Miss Scotty, she was in charge of the HOA. She came back and tried to shut me down by putting widening my driveway because I had the smallest driveway in the neighborhood. So when it shut it down, then when I acknowledged that it was HOA, after I got a lawyer and found out that it was one. I didn't know it when I moved in, because if it did, I wouldn't have moved in there. So after I found out it was a HOA, they put it up to a vote that I could get it, and they okayed it. The HOA okayed it. And so my driveway is widened legally because when they okayed it, I went on and finished it.
And you got a permit for that from the unified government, a driveway permit?
No, I didn't, because the wall wasn't, the wall that we had to put around there, it wasn't high enough, and the contractor said you didn't have to have it. So, but we paid $19,000 to widen that driveway. And also we done the sidewalk. We asked permission for that. We painted our deck. We asked permission for that. We put lights in the house. We asked permission for everything we done there. I think Mr. Scotty is the only one in the neighborhood that's basically against me, other than, Miss Scotty, the lady across the street, she's a lawyer. She's got a company. And then, what's his name? Matt, he kind of is a neighbor that he could be all right, but he seemed like he ever since I tried to get my license for my building, he's been pressurizing up here. And I done everything legal, and they gave me I gave him the blueprints, and they gave me the right to build my building. But he's been constantly up here throwing salt on everything I do. I don't really understand it because I've never done anything to him, and I'm not taking his property value down. Actually, Chuck called a realtor guy, and he said it would bring the property up by putting the garage in and stuff like that. It's more value to the property. I've already spent $40,000 getting in the process of getting the garage. It's gonna be another 80,000 to build it at least. So I'm not here to cut anybody's pleasure down or whatever they're trying to do. I'm not here to hurt anybody. I just want to live in peace. I want to live my time out. I told Matt, whatever I had to do to make it right between his house and my house, I would do it. You know, in other words, if we had to put up trees along there to make it right, for he don't have to look directly over there. Only way he see, we both got decks. That's the only way he'd see over there. I do anything to get along, but I see right now, he wasn't intending to get along.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're gonna go now to, unless anybody has any additional questions.
I just had I had one question for the gentleman.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Strauss.
Yeah, thank you. The lady referenced a bunch of trucks that she was having to bypass and dodge and different things like that. Were those related to your business, or was that related to somebody else's business that she's referencing?
And come up to the microphone so he can hear you.
None of those.
Yes.
House on.
That's up way up on, that's not, man.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we understand that's not related to what you're doing.
No, sir, I don't have
Okay.
anything.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Commissioner Strauss, did you get your question answered?
I did, yes.
Okay. That's what I'm looking for here. Okay. Yes, I'm sorry, I did not see that. I've got I guess it's Miss Kleypas. Kleypas?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and give us your name and address, please.
Scotty Kleypas, 3200 North 115th Street, Kansas City, Kansas.
Okay, go ahead.
I oppose, and not for the reasons that Mr. Calhoun thinks. I oppose, I support Matt and Abby, and ever since Mr. Calhoun has moved in, it's just been a mess, Your Honor, and there's damage to my yard from the snowplow. I'm the person who woke up at 3 a.m. with the snowplow. I asked at the neighborhood meeting about it, and the response was Mr. Calhoun said he will run the snowplow 24/7. But none of those questions and responses made it into the minutes taken by his daughter-in-law. Unfortunately, since Mr. Calhoun has moved in, we had to call the police because threats were made by Mr. Calhoun and his guest against myself and my neighbor. I am directly across the street from Mr. Calhoun. Again, I don't oppose his garage. I just oppose him the way he's operating his business, and the 6-person Board of 2 homeowners association. It's just been a nightmare. And if you approve the special use permit, it's just going to empower more bad behavior.
All right, thank you. And we do have your letter that we received tonight at the meeting.
Thank you. And my pictures.
I'm sorry?
I also attached pictures as exhibits.
That I don't see, but we have photographs that were submitted by, I believe, the neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to go to Director Hand now and get his comment. I'm sorry, Commissioner Beth has another question.
I have a question for Mr. Calhoun.
Mr. Calhoun, you want to step back up to the microphone for me? Thank you. Commissioner Beth has a question for you.
I was looking at, is this just a one-time special use permit? Because in section 2, it says that when the permit expires, you're going to relocate to another property where such storage is permitted?
Sir, I didn't know a thing about that till I came up to the office to turn my papers in. And the gentleman over here told me it was only a 2-year permit, special use permit. I thought it was a special use permit as long as I'm actually working out of my house. I didn't know anything about a 2-year permit. Till the guy over there on the end told me it was a special use permit only for 2 years. And that's the only understanding.
Okay, well, to answer my thought on this, then, yeah, when it expires, you intend to renew it and keep operating your business there?
He explained to me this
Or-
way.
Is this just a one-time thing? Ken? Okay, and you have a business license?
I've had a business life for over 20 years.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we're going to go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a temporary use of land for commercial purposes on a residential property. Excuse me, this is in the Prairie Delaware Piper Area Plan. Staff before this evening received no letters of support. We have received letters in opposition. Again, there's a notice of violation for a business operating as a residential property, which prompted this special use permit. We did receive, as it was noted in the record this evening, a couple of things today. Those weren't able to be put into the staff reports, obviously, but everything that we've received today or at the meeting, we'll make sure get into the applications as they potentially move forward to the Board of Commissioners. So the short of this is the Unified Government's ordinance for home occupation special use permits is very strict. You cannot store materials or equipment on a residential property. The only thing you can get is a temporary reprieve, i.e. this temporary use of land, which is intended specifically to find a permanent solution elsewhere. And so because we cannot offer a special use permit that can be renewed based on the current request and the business model that is before us and how it operates potentially at this location, all that we have left is a temporary use of land, which has 2 years maximum, no renewal. So that hopefully explains what is before you. Staff recommends approval for those 2 years with conditions.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Oh, well, I'm sorry, I can't allow any more.
You said staff.
Yeah, well, it's just only from the commission. I can't, public comments closed. I'm sorry. Commissioner Jones.
So a question for Director Hand, was this, it sounds like still there's a disconnect with Mr. Calhoun not understanding that, because I'm hearing him saying that he's planning to make a significant investment in a garage to store his equipment for his business. But I don't think he would do that if it were just for a maximum of 2 years. Am I wrong in my understanding with what I'm hearing? Or was that thoroughly explained, or is there really a disconnect? Because it sounds like to me it's a disconnect.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. As Mr. Calhoun said tonight, it was explained to him by staff during the staff report process where we do all the back and forth. We did have a bunch of back and forth regarding the HOA and HOA approval. We went through all of the covenants and restrictions that required approvals by the HOA to even ask for this type of special use permit. But I guess all I can do is reiterate, this special use permit, temporary use of land, is only available for up to 2 years. The intent of that code section in the ordinance is to provide an applicant time to find a permanent solution. So yes, if he builds his garage for X number of dollars and hypothetically the Board of Commissioners approves this special use permit, he can only use it for his business for 2 years, i.e. the storage of business equipment on site.
Okay, so thank you for that. So then after 2 years, then if he, let's say conceivably didn't find another place to store it, he could keep his garage, but he just could not store equipment, commercial equipment for his business. Is that right?
That's correct. And as
Okay.
another small clarification, again, it's a bit of a gray area in the ordinance. but essentially you can drive your work truck to and from your house, right? That work truck could even have a trailer to and from your house. But the second you unhitch that trailer and put it in your driveway, you are now parking commercial equipment on your residential property, which is not allowed. So long as it's hitched, there is no code violation.
So then let me ask you this then, well, I think you said it, let me just reiterate it. If he left it hitched, whether he's doing something in the summer, winter, whatever time of year it is, if it's still actually connected to the vehicle, then it would be permissible because then he's just driving it to and from some other location to conduct business. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
But that in itself could be a violation of the HOA, but that's out of our purview.
Yes.
All right. Other questions for staff or clarifications?
I do, one more question.
Commissioner Ward?
Does that,
And then I'll go to
also-
Commissioner Easterwood next.
sorry, does that also include the snow blade and everything?
That's correct. As long as it's on the vehicle, you're just driving to and from your office. Mr. Calhoun's office happens to be all over the city.
Gotcha.
Commissioner Easterwood?
Okay, I have a couple questions. One is, when the garage is completed, is it to accommodate the truck with the snowplow? And two, does Mr. Calhoun understand that this is just for 2 years?
I believe it's been clarified this evening that he's aware that it is for 2 years. Mr. Toy explained that to him during the process.
I would like Mr. Calhoun to answer that question.
Mr. Calhoun, when you come to the microphone, you are aware that if we approve this tonight, it will be for only 2 years and cannot be renewed.
Yes, sir. But I do have a question to ask you.
I'll take it.
Because you said I could drive my truck and my trailer, but once I unhook it, I'm violation. How can I keep it hooked? And my garage is only so many feet that I'm putting the stuff inside of. The garage is only 30 feet deep. So I can't keep it hooked together because I have my garage door open.
You would be in violation at that point.
Well, how do you do that?
You couldn't, assuming you don't have a special use permit and you have a garage, then you couldn't store any of your equipment on your property, period, or your business.
It's only a 2-year.
I understand that.
Yeah, it's only until you can find another solution.
Yes, sir, and I understand that. But when I was getting ready to build a garage and I was up down on to Miss Linden up on the 4th floor, she explained to me, as long as I was could drive my trailer and my lawnmower to work and back home. And I don't know about this. You got to unhook it because that's my transportation. That's my truck that I drive every day. So how could you stay hooked to something that you can't hook back up but without violation? I don't understand that part of it. I understand everything else you guys are saying. I just found out about the 2-year thing. I can agree with that. But I think you're kind of bending it overboard when you say I can't hook up my trailer and unhook it with only one machine that I'm going to work just like any other commercial vehicle that's in Piper does.
Right.
Everybody in Piper does that same thing, hook and unhook.
I understand the confusion, and it's not bending it. The rule is you can't store anything, and when you unhook it, it's considered storage.
So for the 2 years, I can't do nothing with that garage?
If you were approved by the Board of Commissioners for a temporary use of land special use permit, you could store whatever you want from your business in the garage. The conditions of approval as currently written is that it all has to fit in your garage. What I'm saying is if you didn't have that special use permit, you can drive your work truck to and from work, wherever that may be. But the second you unhitch things, you're now storing commercial equipment on your residential property, which is not allowed by the zoning ordinance. And that is how it was written.
I got one more question.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
Sorry. So if he didn't have a business license and he wasn't doing business out of his house, but still had a trailer, he could store the trailer at his property? If it's in the garage?
That's correct.
If it's personal?
If it's personal, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Other question, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, and this is more of a comment for, in just an effort, because it's an unfortunate situation. But what I would want to say to Mr. Calhoun is that given the circumstances before us, it for long-term purposes sounds like it would be in your best interest not to make that huge investment to build a garage, but look for a long-term place to put your equipment in terms of a rental, because I mean, I'm not sure exactly, but it just sounds like you might be better off financially, and that would be a long-term solution. I don't know what it costs to rent, but that would be at least a solution that you wouldn't have this limitation of this 2 years, because 2 years is going to pass quick. And if I think I heard you say you're going to spend $90,000.
Yes, yes, ma'am, can I answer that for you? This
Please.
This garage is not basically for line service. It's a garage that the HO said that I'm able to build. Whether I use it for line service or not, the garage should be built for my personal use.
She's just trying to clarify that you understand it,
Yes,
really.
I
That's all.
understand that part.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
up until the 2 years, I can.
We don't have anything to do with the garage here other than whether or not it can be used for business purposes or not. That's the only thing we have to do. The garage itself is a building inspections department,
Yeah.
right? All right. Thank you. Other questions for staff? All right. I will seek a motion when ready. Commissioner Ernst.
I would proudly move the Kansas City Planning Commission recommend approval of petition SP 2025-003, subject to all staff stipulations.
All right, motion, and that's so for the 2-year period, correct? Because based on staff stipulations.
Yes, sir. All the words.
All right, thank you. So motion is made for approval of special use application 2025-003 made by Commissioner Ernst, subject to staff stipulations and conditions. Is that a second, Commissioner Armstrong?
Yes, it is.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Straws.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Armstrong.
Aye.
Beth.
No.
Easterwood.
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Moeller.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
All right, this will be heard once again, March 27th, before the Board of Commissioners in this room. Thank you all, and thank you all for your patience.
Our next application will be special use permit SP 2025-006, Tiffany Clark with Rosedale Roadhouse LLC, a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 1127 Southwest Boulevard. The following items were included as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated March 10th, 2025, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Do any commissioners have any contact to disclose on this application?
No. Ms. Clark?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Clark, and I reside at 22618 West 46th Terrace in Shawnee, Kansas. And
Go
I
ahead.
purchased this, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead and tell us what you want to do on this property.
Okay, so I purchased this property. It's next to Dagwood's, which is the diner my husband and I own together. But I purchased this property to continue its use as an Airbnb. It's been an Airbnb ran by the previous owner, I believe, for the last 5 to 6 years. And so we decided to purchase the property when it came up for sale. And so that is what the ultimate goal is. And so we're just working through the application process. We did have an inspection that showed that there was some substantial electrical work that needed to be done. There's some other repairs and things that need to be done around the house that we intend to do. We've already started contacting contractors to get started on those repairs. And I'm asking for an extension. I didn't get the replies to the staff back in time. And so the planner said that she was going to suggest the denial of it. So I'm just asking for an extension in order to, I've submitted all those questions, answers to all the questions that she had. And I am more aware of the process and the things that need to be done in order to get this property up to code and safe. And that is what I'm here to do tonight.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Ernst? Commissioner Ernst, excuse me.
How long an extension will be required to have everything you need to get done?
I believe I can get everything done in 2 to 3 months for sure.
Thank you.
Additional questions?
No.
Anyone else? Okay, anyone in the audience online or in the chambers want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, come forward. Seeing no one, we'll go to Director Hand and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a short-term rental, non-owner occupied. As the applicant noted, this has been a short-term rental for a couple times, but as per the ordinance, this is a new owner, so it needs to start all over with a new special use permit. This is in the Rosedale area plan. Staff have received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are some older notices of violation, which have all been rectified. Staff did recommend denial as we didn't get the comments in by the submission deadline. We are amenable to a holdover. We do also have conditions of approval if need be.
Thank you. Questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, what is your pleasure? Commissioner Ernst?
I would move to hold it over for 60 days if that's enough. If for no other reason, then I can still eat at Dagwood's.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Motion made for holdover by Commissioner Ernst for 60 days. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Discussion on motion for holdover. Seeing none, roll call.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
and Moeller.
I'm coming down for a sausage dag in the morning. Yes.
Mm, mm,
Motion approved, 8-0.
All right, thank you. We'll see you in 60 days.
And I apologize. Who was that seconded by? Jones. Okay, thank you.
Jones.
Yes, I'm sorry.
All right, our next application is vacation. All right. Vacation 2025-001. Crystal Voth, a vacation of an unused utility easement in the front yard at 4555 North 97th Street. The following items were included as part of the record of this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map of the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated March 10th, 2025, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to the property owner. Do any commissioners have any contact to disclose on this application?
No. Ms. Voth, I have you queued up, ready to speak. Start off with your name and address, please. Tell us what you want to do here.
Hi, good evening. Crystal Voth, 315 North 5th Street, Leavenworth, Kansas. I am appearing tonight on behalf of the property owner, Mr. Hank Pools. He owns lots 4 and 5 of this subdivision, and there is a utility easement that crosses between those 2 lots. He has a driveway that is built across that lot line, which is where the utility easement is located. And he just would simply like to vacate that easement because his driveway is in part of it. It's my understanding that none of the utility companies had any issues with it. I we'll answer any questions that you have. But that's really all it is. There's no plans to extend the house or build anything on the lot line or anything like that. Just to remove that utility easement that's going through his driveway.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case? I'm sorry, Commissioner Easterwood.
Yes, I just want to ask, so there's no active utilities in that easement, and who owns the easement?
Yeah, and I'll let Director Han answer that question if he would prefer, but it's my understanding that the utility companies were contacted and there are no active utilities within that easement, ma'am.
Can you verify that, Commissioner, or Gunner?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. The property owner combined two properties. Those two properties had utility easements like all new parcels do around the border of the property, and we're basically getting rid of the utility easements of the two properties that were combined.
Come down the middle.
Down the middle.
Gotcha. That satisfy your question, Commissioner Easterwood?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Anyone want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand or come forward. Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. I'm sorry, did you give your recommendation?
Pretty much.
Okay. All right. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
Yeah, just real quick. Again, this is the utility vacation for existing easements when the lots were combined. Prairie Delaware Piper Area Plan, no support, no opposition, no notice of violation. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Commissioner Strauss.
It's not a question. I'm ready to give the motion.
Gotcha. All right. If there's no questions, go ahead, Commissioner Strauss.
I move that we approve VAC 2025-001 according to staff stipulations.
All right, thank you. Motion to approve vacation application 2025-001 made by Commissioner Strauss and seconded by Commissioner Armstrong. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Strauss.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Armstrong.
Aye.
Beth.
Aye.
Easterwood.
Aye.
Ernst.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Bowler.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
That take us back to special use application 2024-097.
We have a plat and a master plan amendment.
I'm sorry.
Do you want me to
you're
do
right.
those and then go back?
Yes,
Or?
no. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Our next application is plat application plat 2024-039, Joe McLaughlin with BHC. Preliminary and final plat to create two lots at 7261 Holiday Drive. The following items were included as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated March 10th, 2025. Excuse me, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file. The notices to the property owners. And do any commissioners have any contact to disclose for this application?
No. Thank you. And thank you for your patience. You've had a long evening.
Thank you all for serving. I'm Margaret Bowker, 7261 Holiday Drive. As you heard from our variance application earlier today, we have a 1-acre residential lot that is on Holiday Drive that we'd like to split in half. The second lot would open onto Gibbs Road, just down the street from Dynasty. So bringing it full circle here. We've hosted our public meeting and we had 3 attendees, BHC Roads, Margaret and Jeff Bowker. After the meeting, we had 2 phone calls, neighbors that were interested in what we were doing. No opposition that we know of. The lot sizes will be consistent with those in the Seiler neighborhood. And we can meet the parking and landscape requirements that were identified by the planning staff. With that, any questions?
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? I think it's funny that my Halo app just went off and said it's time to start your Monday night prayer. I guess my prayer might be for this quick end of the meeting. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case in favor or in opposition, raise your hand if you're online because there's no one here in the chamber. Seeing no one, we'll go to Director Hanna to get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this case was heard in conjunction with BOZA 2024-042 for width and lot size, which was approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals earlier this evening. Again, this is a plat to take one single-family parcel, split it into two. This is in the Plan KCK area, Morris neighborhood. Staff received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation. Staff recommends approval with conditions, including that the second new lot is accessed off Gibbs Road.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? If there are none, I will take a motion.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I move to approve plat 2024-039, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion made to approve plat 2029-039 made by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Ernst. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
and Moeller.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0.
Thank you.
very much.
Just later, it gets to faster Gunner reads.
I don't know. He's been reading pretty fast all night.
All right, that takes us to Master Plan Amendment Application MPL 2024-015. Kalen, Callaward. Master Plan Amendment for Single Family to General Urban in the Rosedale Area Plan to convert a duplex into a triplex at 4,000 Adams Street. Again, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. That is to turn it into a duplex. The following items were included as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated March 10th, 2025, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Have any commissioners had any contact to disclose for this application?
No. Kaylin Callaward, I have you queued up, ready to speak.
Hi there. Yes, I am. This is, I think, the final piece to me getting my recently purchased non-conforming duplex to a conforming duplex. We're not changing the outside of the building. I will need to separate the two units, but that's just closing off a doorway and adding a staircase. So I think it's pretty clean and dry.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case? Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This case was heard in conjunction with BOZA 2024-036 for setbacks with open space, which was approved by the Board of Zoning Appeals earlier this evening. It's also in conjunction with changes on 2024-038 to R2, which was approved by the Board of Commissioners this past January. This is in the Rosedale area plan. Staff received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There's some older notices of violation which would be addressed by this project. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? If not, I will stand for a motion.
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I move to approve Master Plan Amendment 2024-015, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. That motion was made by Commissioner Ward of Master Plan Amendment 2024-015 for approval, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Roll call. Strauss,
Aye.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Mueller.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0. One more, everybody.
Thank you. And that will be heard once again on March 27th?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
All right, our last case is SP 2024-097. I can do this really quick if you like. We're recommending a holdover for 30 days.
All right. How about we just go ahead and
Second it. Oh, sorry. That is not how it works.
Is there anyone in the audience that came tonight to hear special use application 2024-097? If so, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we're going to proceed with a motion for holdover. I'm not seeing anyone, and I don't know that we need to go into the case if we're going to hold it over, unless anybody has any issues with that. Commissioner Jones? Did you have an issue with that?
You're on mute.
She has, all right. Commissioner Easterwood, did you?
I was
have
going to
a
make a
comment?
motion.
And you're ready to second it, Commissioner Easterwood? All right, let's go ahead and do that since everybody seems to be in favor.
Yeah, motion to hold over special use permit case number 2024-097.
For 30 days, correct, Gunner?
30 days to match up
30
with the
days.
closes that'll come in April.
Thank you. Is that a second, Commissioner Easterwood?
Right.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Ward,
Aye.
Armstrong,
Aye.
Beth,
Aye.
Easterwood,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
and Moeller.
Straws.
Aye.
I already seconded again.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. All right, we got everybody, and that motion passes. So thank you all for your attention and your patience tonight. Commissioner Easterwood, do you have anything you wanted to say, or is your hand still up from the last motion?
It's still up from the last time.
Okay, I know, it's a long night. All right, thank you all. I appreciate your patience. We'll see you next week or next month.
Gunner, you made a fine faux Janet.
I did my best. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, everyone.
Everybody.
Good night.